I chanced to spy you crossing the chasm, and I feared something was amiss. But all is well, and more importantly, I've been given an opportunity to behold a wondrous sight. Keep the elpis close, and its light will be your guide. A declaration of hopes and aspirations. Hadn't thought of it that way before. Lopperts may be in good hands now, but it doesn't change the fact that their plan is the last resort I'd rather not employ. Yeah, that'll kill a lot of people. Let's see if it doesn't come to that. For the first and all the other reflections. No, I'm kidding. The Lopperts think so highly of the people of Atheris. Yet, it seems this evacuation plan is the only way they know to express their adoration. If we had been more clear in our intent from the start, mayhap we would have avoided this wrinkle. Something to keep in mind in the future. Yeah. There's little I can do to stop the final days, but should you need to know a star traversal, look no further. Such knowledge I can offer in abundance, so do not hesitate if you found yourself wanting. Yes, please tell me everything about how you plan to navigate the stars. Well, that was all rather embarrassing, wasn't it? At least we're on the same page now, people and Atheris. We'll save both, or at least give it a good try. Till growing way, I look forward to our next walk together. I will. I'm sure he's glad to hear it. Nice to meet you. My name's Puddingway. Sorry for all the trouble. We'll be better. Promise. The others will be so happy to hear Urianja is going to stay and teach us all about Atheris. Have to be careful not to get too distracted by his lessons. There's still maintenance to carry out after all. Also do lee. Uh-oh. Don't say anything, but I think there's a Moogle here. On the moon. Which actually makes a lot of sense if you think about it. It was a relief to see Livingway was pleased with my gift of ink to serve and serve well. Though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have utmost faith in you and all our fellow scions. When next I return to Atheris, I pray I'll find you all in good health and good spirits. And then the world blows up right behind us. And it's like, oh, okay. Good morning, Terra, Camper, Valvedrix, Leander, Blade Chaval, Omega Legion, Loke, Asdamine, Cloud, Luniru, Thrax, Scion, and US and Corp and Zedslayer. Good morrow all. With the Lopperits in Urianje's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there is much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let's return to the Tower of Babil. Our battle for the planet will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. Didn't it already begin? Okay, whatever. It does. Okay. I can make it. I can make it. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. I'm almost there. Just hang on. Hang on. Okay, I made it. Hey, we're back in this hellscape. Look at how cold it was in Garlemald. A testament to Lopperits' ingenuity, I felt no such discomfort on the moon. God, I can scarcely believe we went to the moon and back. But we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and give a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone's getting on. We've only just begun treating tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but a warning of the final days takes priority. I speak not only for the contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation must know what we learned. We know not when or where or in what manner the final days will manifest, so we must see that everyone's prepared. I think I know. Agreed, though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into panic. Not that anyone in position of responsibility needs to be told much, but it bears repeating. To Camp Broken Glass. Good morning, Kata. Yeah, let's get out of this hellscape. Just nope out of here. There's a gemstone trader I haven't talked to yet. Where is that? It's up here somewhere. There it is. No. We're gonna leave the Garleans behind. Sorry. We need to knock that thing over, too. I mean, you know? Just... Him. Lord, you returned. Yeah. Yeah. I've got really bad nose. Yeah, I have a great deal of faith in our destructive capacity, but I'm pretty sure we would need help with that. Or time. Good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. Yeah. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. Yeah, it's... For now, what's become of Garlemald in our absence? How bad could it be? We succeeded in subduing the tempered inside of the Tower of Babil. We took many alive, but combined with those who are already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, so we have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are understandably hesitant to offer assistance, particularly those that are recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of tempering. Will all the tempering be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend those whose treatment has begun. Enough healers to volunteer to remain until their patients have recovered. Julius is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it's a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphino and Elize's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decision regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what's happened here, it'll take some time to determine what needs to be done. In the meantime, I intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received a report that every tower vanished, which makes sense. For a mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as you experienced in Thavnir. Those trapped within have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the beast tribes have received instruction in the magics needed to cure tempering. Master Batoy is no doubt thrilled that Mother Pork's affords her so many visitors. Yes, we're grateful for her ongoing efforts and those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of the Tempered has completed. Cool, that's good news all around. I guess that's our turn? So... we're dead. I believe the accounts are recently. So what of the moon? Yeah, let me, Hang on, I just... Okay, everything's fine. We're cool. Alright. Final days. Gods, I pray your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There's still much we don't know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course, I will send word forthwith. What pills? What are you talking about? That just... It reminds me of a quest in Borderlands 3. Man, I just got fired and all I got was this stupid bottle of wine. And it tastes like arsenic. Glug, glug, glug. I hated that job anyways. Glug, glug, glug. Hey, I feel funny, thud. We'll also release your fellow scions from present duties that they may return to Charlian. Your energies are better spent finding means to avert the coming apocalypse. Yeah. Speaking of your fellow scions, you'll be happy to hear Mistress Kryle, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Baldessian Annex and given into Tataro's care. I look forward to seeing them both. I asked the same question to Goita. How do you know what arsenic tastes like? Glug, glug, as she's just guzzling it. And that's one of the problems with Borderlands 3's writing. It's like one step away from actually being clever. But I've complained about the writing of Borderlands 3 plenty. So. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiark, you said Zenos took his leave and in all likelihood has returned to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. Honestly, no. Like, if you're expecting a trail of destruction to follow, you won't find one. He's kind of doing his own thing right now. You are the only foe he considers worthy. And even if my men found him, who would but you could hope to even bring low that monster? Yeah, we really do need to be focusing on Zenos of all things at this point. Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Zenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former students, and its continued use only serves to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he's been declared Zenos Viator Galvus, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. I don't think they even did that to Sid. Found that Daniel is no more, his people turn against him. It seems he's not, but his bloodlust to keep him company. As it should have been back in Starblood. Better than an army to see it sated. Yeah, no kidding. At any rate, I'll not keep you longer. I pray you safe passage back to Charlian. Your findings will be relayed to the Alliance leaders word for word, and should we spy anything out of the ordinary, all should be informed at once. No, you're right, Sion. I have found it fascinating that Zenos has so neatly moved into the narrative slot I said he should have had all along. I'm not saying I'm predictive or anything, I just think it's interesting. Nothing new there. Okay. I mean, I totally am predictive. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. But I'm not saying I called it. I'm just saying it makes sense. Can I go here? Looks like no. Okay. Feels weird being on the Earth after being on the moon. Hey, Kryl. Good to see you. Free from chilblains, I take it? You'll be pleased to know everything's been kept in order since your way. I've even brought a few useful knickknacks with me. But no sooner had they arrived that I received word of Kryl in poor health and you on the moon. If you mean to give me a fright, you succeeded. Welcome back, Laura. We're so terribly worried about you. Though it is plain I've caused my own share of worry, and for that I apologize. Heidelin called to me to tell that when you entered the Tower of Babil, her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. You're right. We just need to get lightning in here. She'll fix all this mess. Buna Velzeblah is actually the Lavos in this case. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the life stream towards Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted I could only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Raha's awareness from the Tower of Zod. Ah, would that I could laugh at a time like this. Though we prevented Zodiark from being unleashed upon the world, I am curious to know what else took place on the moon. Well... perhaps we should wait for the others to join us. You know, I hate to be a stickler here. We really don't have time for any of this crap. No, Roman Curve. Ooh, pancakes. The worst breakfast meal! We all know waffles and crepes are superior. Alright, tell us the news. Yeah, hang on a second. Okay. I'm ready to go. Let's go. Give me a second. So I damned humanity. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Yeah, we really don't have time to be meandering right now. We don't even know what our deadline is. Will Iranji be joining us? No, he's still on the moon. Duty keeps him away, though. Flora can explain better than I. Yeah, he's on the moon. He's on the moon. He's on the moon. I like to think my character's just like, ah! Maybe we should walk there. No! The final days as befell Amarot. Are we to escape via the moon? What of the source and its reflections? Well, yeah. I have no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. How do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. Yeah, we don't even know what the final days are going to take place of. It's gonna be... No, it's not. If celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case at the time of Amarot, the solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The slaw? Sorry, everyone. The world's actually coleslaw. My bad. The ancients accomplished this by summoning zodiarchs, sacrificing half the planet's population in the doing. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice must not and cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even the Amarotines could not accomplish. Well, we have no clues in Mare Lamentorum. There is much we do not know about catastrophe itself, let alone what caused it. Yeah, coleslaw is one of those triggers my gag reflex foods. Like, I hate coleslaw. No offense to anybody who likes it, I know plenty who do. It's rather popular. It's just, whoa! The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amarotines' creation magics, but we command no such power, which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? That's a good question. If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past and form some semblance of plan. Perhaps we should start with the Forum, then. Having worked with the Loporits in secret all this time, surely there's more they can tell us. I've got urgent news. The world's ending. The Forum is holding a public assembly. Well... Listen, there's no... Oh yeah, that's a great song for this. Attention, everyone! The world is ending! Ooh, little chop, little chop. Oh yeah! Yeah, that's apropos.
Order! Order, I say!
Yeah, I still associate this song with Vothri.
I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Charlian, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The End-bearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon.
Oh, close contact, and I got everything wrong, including something very basic such as the size of your species.
Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
Who knows?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be.
So we plan to leave the rest of the world to rot. Bye.
It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
You know, I hate to jump on just how much... I hate to heap even more disdain upon the Forum. But, you notice how, aside from the... They would be mega screwed if we didn't effectively happen into the Loporrits and correct them about many things, and leave Urianger up there to be a personal guide and tour and instructor in what we need and how. Like, you know? Listen, Blade Turval, all I'm saying is that when the world ends, these people... I mean, I might save them, but the point is that these people are incompetent boobs. And I suppose that's what irritates me the most about this. Like, mismanagement irritates me in general. Mismanagement irritates me when it's coming to making a video game. These people have mismanaged a backup plan to save the people of a planet. And the only thing that makes that more sad is that's probably exactly what would happen in real life if something similar were to happen. It's like, alright, we need to evacuate Earth because blah. And it would be morons. Just be, yeah, these incompetent boobs bouncing around going, boom, 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 boom. Don't worry, we know exactly what we're doing. I would love, this would have been horrific, but I would have loved to see their faces when they go to the moon, everything's all ready, and it's all wrong, and they're just like, what? Thank you, Jaded Font. Always. If you know where you want that sub to go, please let me know. We did everything you said! Oh, no! And that's game!
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work.
Yeah, next generation. I got this. Thanks, game. I picked up that Jackass has been doing the very typical Japanese story trope of, I'm an asshole because I just secretly care about my kids. Which is really common in Japanese fiction, by the way.
If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star,
Yep,
then...
gotta be a salaryman for my kids! Yeah, you know the trope. You know the one.
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit.
As a quick aside, and I hate to complain, what was the point of that scene we just saw? I know that sounds strange, but that's literally repetition. We know all that stuff. None of that's new to us. They could have gone through all of that in maybe a 30-second aside. Or if you want to be clever about it, you could say, we have an announcement, and then like a zoom-out shot, no dialogue, but you can see them gesticulating as if they're talking, and then it zooms in, and then he says, and that is our current situation. Like, there's tools in the cinematographic... I never know how to say that word. In cinematography, there are tools to make that, you know, better, instead of just straight up repeating it.
Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father.
And you could have just, so to continue my complaint, forgive me, they could have just jumped in here, like, and that's the thing, and it's like, huh, and then Alize says her thing about Father losing himself, then Alphino says this line, and we just progress from here. Take your time. We apparently aren't on the clock.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
We just came from the moon, jackass.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
No reaction? No reaction at all to the fact that we've been to the moon? Something you apparently have never accomplished? Really?
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do?
I mean, who do you think Alphino and Alize's real father is?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence.
I still love that quote.
This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do.
Also, can we, like, coordinate from now on instead of all this pussyfooting around, which has cost us time, which we don't have?
We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
We just have to go kill Lavos. It'll be easy.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
You know what? I'm going to count that.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
The game has a fairly common recurring theme of what I've been calling idealism versus nihilism. It can also be much more simply put as there is a point versus there isn't a point. And, I mean, the kids versus the dead is a very clear example of that.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
So, can we do that instead of standing around talking about it?
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested.
Like, I'm sorry, maybe this is just the time management in me. But every second you waste is a second you don't have later. That's how that works. It's literally a zero-sum game. So, later on, if we cut it short by like an hour, it's because we spent an hour wrong. You know what I mean?
Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
If there's nothing to do, then we should just kill ourselves, Omega Legion. That would be the nihilism side of the argument, by the way.
Then? To the Annex. To prepare for tomorrow.
Like, I'm sorry, I've already actually given this negative. There's just way too much meandering here, given what we have learned. And we know there's a ticking clock, and we know we don't know how much time we have. We don't have time for this. But yeah, it's a pacing negative. It's something I've actually dinged Endwalker for before, if you're paying attention. Like, good scenes, but the pacing is just... what? It's confusing more than anything else. What would I do? I don't know, study, research, examinate. Although, actually, I already have a theory as to what we could actually do to fix this. But then again, that's the real-life me, not the in-universe me. Although, I should point out that everything I know is also stuff that that character knows, so it's very possible, hi, Lydia, that we could work on this. Oh, hey! You got it, Jaded Font. It is. Metroid Block, you got it. Thank you again very much. Like you say, what would you do right now? The question will be answered whenever they get on with doing whatever it is they're going to do. They are going to do something. I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the hell of all. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after. Why me? Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use in fretting over cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here. We'll get through this together. And who knows, maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Enough of my rambling. To sleep. And this is a good time to go do side quests. No. Yep, time to do studium deliveries. A little more feminine than I was expecting, but still what I was expecting, if I'm honest. We'll go ahead and call that the Cry of Lavos. Okay. Yes. What will you say? Yes, is my answer to that. Come on, let's go. Everybody. Alright, let's just go down the list then. Alpha no.
Ah, I hope I didn't wake you. I pray you will forgive the unannounced visit, but I wish to speak with you before retiring for the night.
Listen.
About Garlemald, and the time we spent with the people of Tertium. Dangerous though it was, I'm glad we had the opportunity to treat with Eulus and Quintus. I was worried what might happen after we were collared. If they attempted to restrain you too. If they succeeded. Once more, I put you in harm's way, and for that I must apologize. Or rather, I should thank you for trusting in me time and time again. After all our journeys together, I dare say I've used every expression imaginable to convey to you my gratitude. Nevertheless, I hope these words of mine still carry some small weight.
Oh, kiddo. Come here. Give Dad a hug. Or Uncle, or whatever you think of me. I don't even care.
Tomorrow, our fight continues. Mayhap it would have been better to seek you out after we have true cause for celebration. But having mustered the courage to stand up to Father and achieve a personal victory of sorts, I wanted to carry on in that spirit before my nerves got the better of me. The hour grows late, and you doubtless tire of my ramblings.
No, I'm good.
I have a letter for Orenvold to finish, but we'll be off to bed shortly. Sleep well.
See, Kata, I like to think that canonically we go to sleep, and then Alphino knocks, and then we go back. And then Alize knocks, and then we go back. And, like, just throughout the night, we don't get any sleep because everyone just keeps coming by to say hi. Yeah, they're just in line. I saw that, Rex, which is just... Fordola? And the Red Mage, whose name I can't remember right now.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Okay, alright. Ready.
Thank the Ilsabar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
You're welcome.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too.
Yeah, do you feel it?
But is it true? They brought back tempered Garlean soldiers.
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
Alamegans.
I see. Well, that's a relief then.
I'm not trying to be unsympathetic. It's just, we've already talked about the Alamegans. We actually discussed it at length back in Stormblood. You know?
I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. But to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
That's a new color. Yeah, I'm right. The wave is hitting. I'm not gonna like this, am I?
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here?
I actually have a suspicion the dragons have an immunity to this. Because of Midgar's armor. who was living with it for however many centuries or millennia before he got here.
Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Because you've been Norded. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give an audible viewer discretion is advised moment for what I think is about to happen. We'll go ahead and take a pause because we are super doing the other in cutscenes. Let's do it here. But, yeah, I think I know exactly what's about to hit. I've been predicting it for quite some time. Whoop, whoop, whoop. It's... You got it, Rax. It's... I mean, I'm already here now, so whatever. But, I mean, honestly, this is more my home than anything on the source, so, you know. Yeah, it's another thing. We don't get the drum beat. So it's one or two. Oh yeah, way more, Sion. Yep, I'm right. Oh, it'll be fine. We just evacuate to the first and... Oh, God! We get to hear that again. Like, I'm telling you, that is the cry of Lavos, FF14 equivalent. Anyways. What's funny is it's somehow just as disturbing as the cry of Lavos. But anyways, so, next we have Alize. Like I said, let's just go down the list.
Craving a midnight snack, were you? I did consider bringing a few sweets, but decided this wasn't an appropriate occasion.
There's such a thing as not appropriate time for sweets? Hey, the world's ending.
I couldn't sleep. Had a few things on my mind. I know it's late, so I'll try not to talk your ear off. It's Zenos. I keep thinking back to Garlemald when he'd taken control of your body.
Please don't remind me of that.
An altogether terrifying experience, to say the least. And one that served as a harsh reminder. No one, no matter how strong or quick or clever, is invincible. Not even you. And as much as it might seem at times that you are, one misstep, one mistake, and that's that. Which is why, even though I know you've heard it 1,000 times before, I'm going to tell you to take better care of yourself. Because you really, really should.
Depends on how good they are, Tim.
It goes without saying that we're all committed to this fight. But that doesn't mean that we need to throw our lives away. You know how I feel about noble sacrifices. Right, that's settled. We'll be keeping the acts of gratuitous bravado to a minimum.
Listen, voters.
When I looked father in the eye and swore we'd find a way to avert this tragedy, it wasn't a promise just for him. It was a promise for you, too.
One of the things that's really come into focus from Shadowbringers onwards is how Alphino and Alizé both sit on the idealism side of the axis, but for inverse reasons. One of them is, for lack of a better way to say it, positive, and the other is, for lack of a better way to say it, negative. Alphino tends to be more positively inclined. He is burgeoned by hope, and he is thankful when things go well. Alizé is more negatively inclined. She is afraid for things going bad, and therefore striven to ensure that they don't. Both are actually accurate in their own way, and both match each other quite well. Think about it. It's a shame I can't just skip to the choice, but if this is anything like the Shadowbringers cutscene, which was structured just like this, I can't skip just to the choice. So forgive me for listening to the Cry of Lavos for a third time. It is chilling. That's some good sound design. Credit where credit is due. Like, it doesn't have typical echoing. They've actually only pulled certain registers out of it and replicated just those registers. It's fascinating the way they did it. Thancred! This is Thancred.
Evening. I hoped you hadn't crawled beneath the covers just yet. If you'll indulge me for a moment, I have a favor to ask.
I just noticed Alphino and Alizé leaving, so I figured this is my turn.
Don't worry. Nothing desperate or dire, if that's what you were wondering. Not yet. You know, we may have quite literally entered our final days. The ancients went so far as to call it that for a reason. If so, then everything we did for Reen, for the first, will have been meaningless. And I can't accept that. I just can't.
Yeah, no, I'm actually completely with Thancred. The manager in me accepts that you have to have a backup plan, and you have to do it properly, and you have to do it well. It's why I trust Urianger being up there. But let's be real for just a second. That would be the end of the first. I know what you're saying, and I know what you're going to say. You're like, oh, Laura, you're terrible. It's going to be end for a lot more than just the first. But I'm just going to say, favored nephew. It's a lot easier to really comprehend something if you rip it down to the personal level like that. So all you have to do to comprehend this is think of one personal, individual person you really care about, and think about them being snuffed out because you fail at this task. And that's all you need to do to understand it. And yeah, this is why I say the first is more my home than any other part of this game. Because it freaking is! I mean, I gushed a lot during Shadow, but part of why, one of many reasons why, was because how much it made me give a damn about the individuals in question. Yeah, think about the Chais, think about Reen, think about Gaia, think about Kaishir, think about the trolleys! Won't anybody think of the trolleys?
My mind won't allow for the possibility. And that could be a problem. When we're in the thick of it, I don't know if I've got it in me to be pragmatic this time. To run, even if running's the right choice. The only choice.
And I'm kind of with that too. I made peace with this idea years ago in my head. Numbers are numbers and facts are facts, but at a certain point it doesn't matter. I've said this before, and I've said this again. If I had to kill my own niece to save the world, we're all dead. And I've made peace with that. Because, you know, I don't know how better to explain that. At a certain point, it just, the math no longer applies.
So if you see me turning a blind eye to the harsh reality, beat some sense into me, would you? I trust you and the other Scions with my life. And I'd like to think the feeling is at least occasionally mutual.
You know.
And I never forgive myself if my stubbornness put them in danger. Gods, listen to me. Beginning to sound like the father I never had.
I mean, we call you Dad Cred for a reason, and it's not just because of memes.
So, can I count on you to keep me in line? I can think of no one else more eminently qualified. Excellent. Now I can breathe a bit easier. Which isn't to say that I will, given what we're up against. Let's keep this little chat our secret. I'd rather not have anyone scolding us for burning the midnight oil.
Don't worry, I'm sure they won't know. And right around the corner is Y'shtola. Of course I freaking would, Rax. And then I would try my best to stop it. Oh, I was actually thinking the exact same thing, Rax. In fact, I had a random thought. Given what and how we are, we're probably one of the people most attuned to what's going on, which means we quite literally are probably hearing this stuff and seeing this stuff more than everyone else is. And if it's what I think it is, that itself is interesting. But anyways, next is Y'shtola.
You're still awake. Good.
Of course Matoya's song is her name.
Might I trouble you to stand still for a moment? Nothing appears out of the ordinary.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to disrobe.
A precautionary measure. You will recall that serving as a vessel for abundant light in the First very nearly ended poorly. In your recent battle on the moon, you were almost certainly exposed to similar, if not greater, forces. Fortunately, from what I can see, you and your ether are none the worse for wear.
Ironically, I have a theory that we're actually better off now than we were when we fought Zodiark, but we'll see if that ends up being true.
Would that Reen were here to confirm my assessment.
I can pop over real quick.
To think you actually found yourself in a direct confrontation with Zodiark. As if Zenos gallivanting about in your body was not misfortune enough. Did you so grossly offend every single deity in a past life that they saw fit to place a curse upon your soul?
Yeah, I wouldn't stop talking about how they don't exist, and they got pissed about that.
Forgive me. That was in poor taste. I recall vividly how battered and broken it was in the depths of Amarot. Would that you could have seen it with your own eyes. Mayhap then you would understand why the greater part of me is glad you did not. It was a horror beyond description.
Yeah, what do you think it looks like to see a soul that's quite literally cracking?
Promise me you will be careful, that you will seek my counsel if you feel unwell. That puts my heart at ease, if only a touch. I suspect it will grow colder as the night wears on, so do be sure to stay warm. Sleep well. May the shadows keep you.
Typing up some notes. Hi, White Horse. I'm doing okay. A little tired. That's my own fault. I stayed up too late last night playing Star Trek Online. If Reggie was here, I'd tell him what I was doing. Whoops. Nope, nope, nope. I think Reggie's like my only viewer who really plays STO. So let's just say I just discovered how great Cardassian boffs are and leave it at that. Oh, and I also picked up the Terran Lexington Dreadnought. And, oh my god, that ship is beautiful. Oh, hi, Spinobi. I didn't see you were here. I know you play SDO. Fly again now, and he's gone. So now we have, I believe, Garaha? I kind of want to do Garaha last. Let's do Astinian. Oh, nice, Spinobi. Yeah, Pax picked up the, I forget what it's called, but it's the Terran Defiant, and he loves that thing.
You're alone. Good.
Disrobe immediately.
The twins thought now would be a wonderful time to pay a visit to my chambers. Rather than listen to them bicker over tonight's snacks and tomorrow's plans, I seized the first opportunity to make my escape.
That actually is a nice shirt.
They decided against intruding on your peace and quiet.
Did they?
Can all be a bit exhausting at times, can't it? I wasn't sure what to make of you at first. During the Dragon Song War, how quick you were to take up a cause not your own. But I came to see that is simply the way of you and yours. I will not pretend to understand this talk of ancient primals and the final days, but I trust in your judgment and choose to believe in your cause. You and Alphino have my lance, now and always. You'll need it. Rack and ruin looming on the horizon. Calamity bearing down upon us.
And let's be honest, even though we are stronger than Astinian, and let's be clear about that, in most cutscenes, who's our artillery? And has been consistently, arguably since Stormblood.
There's no place I'd rather be than here. Standing shoulder to shoulder with friends on the front line. So do not hesitate to send me against your enemies. I'll make them rue the day they met me.
Thanks,
Now,
Astinian.
if you'll excuse me, I could do with a little air.
I think what I like about Astinian is he's actually a typical trope, but he's a very well executed trope. The archetype is... I forget what it's officially called. There's probably a term for it on TV tropes. But it's the idea of the character who doesn't show how they actually feel 99% of the time, but they actually do care and they actually do bother and blah, 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 blah. And I don't mean jerk with a heart of gold, because Astinian's not a jerk. But you know the one I'm talking about, right? The taciturn.
If Alphino asks, I was never here. Until the morrow.
Thank you, Linkelda. As always. I will go ahead and jot that down for Jack 3. You got it. Hang on, Zactap. Let me see what you sent in. I've got 3 pages of question blocks right now. Oh god, no, that would be awful, Zacteft. Besides, I like My Alarm, which I will not play for you because it's very loud and very obnoxious. Because it's relevant. So, Garaha. He's so nervous. Oh my god. He's so nervous. Oh my god. Sorry.
Apologies. I didn't mean to. If you could spare a moment before bed.
Oh my god. I'm already squeeing. Holy crap. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Thank you. I fear this may be the last quiet night we have to talk for quite some time. I am troubled of late. Unwarranted concerns, perhaps. I hope. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to share them with you. Though you have bested your enemies thus far, Zenos and even Zodiac, your victories have come at a considerable cost to yourself. No one is without their limits, and you are no exception. I worry the added weight of the final days will prove more than you can bear.
Remind me to talk about how you execute a canon romance after this, because I have had thoughts on that.
It is surely too much for any one man. But you needn't bear it alone. Let me share your burden. My, carrying capacity pales in comparison to yours, but I could still help. Shoulder the occasional satchel from your ever-growing mountain of, baggage.
The analogy is getting away with you. Getting away from you.
You have already done so much to help relieve me of mine own encumbrances. 'Tis only fair that I repay you in kind. Of course, it needn't be only troubles we share. Moments of joy may seem few and far between now, but there will come a time when we look back fondly on this journey. The inquiry at the Forum, our march through the snows of Garlemald, our impromptu dinner in this very room, all of it. And that is to say nothing of the journeys yet to come, to the ends of the world and beyond.
I was just thinking about the burger.
But tomorrow will be no less busy than today, and I've kept you from your rest long enough.
I've still got one left. It's the jalapeno one.
Sleep well, my friend.
I'm not sure what I would consider my relationship to Garaha being. I've been open several times about the fact that I tend to roleplay the lore runner as me. You know? Tier 3 insertion, to put it bluntly. And yeah, I think brother is probably the closest feel I have on that one. He's my bro, you know? But he's also my brother. Both are separate things if you paid attention to my streams before. And he's just, you know, he's so adorable. Oh my gosh. Words. So that's all of those. I suppose I should go ahead. Hey, I've got a question mark, question mark, question mark. Literally, the quest is question mark, question mark, question mark. That's not a good sign. Actually, oh, right. I want to talk about the romance thing because we're about to be interrupted. Any positives? Let's see. I gave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positive for those scenes. So, and now they're here. Really? It's raining. And cold. Okay, whatever. So, canon romance. Now, canon romance is a bit of a misnomer, but I didn't know what else to call it on the fly. Oh my god, they're right outside the window. I'm sorry, give me a second. She's so floppy. Look at this. Look at this. So, thank you, Seastar, for entertaining them while I wait. Are they coming back? You already got the dead drop. Go away. No, I mean, I have vacuumed them, but I usually don't have to. I usually just keep them properly brushed. So, how do you do a canon romance? So, this is actually kind of a cold technical answer, but think about cutscenes from a... Wait, there's nothing to... Think about it from a cold technical perspective. Think about it from mapping it out. Like, imagine you've got a board. Imagine you've got, like, a cutscene here, right? This is a terrible thing. Where's my... So here's our cutscene, right? And there's certain points in it. You know, there's opening bit, and then this person has a bit of dialogue, and this person has... And notice this dip here. Remember this for a minute. And then we've got more dialogue, more dialogue, more dialogue, and then another bit right here, and then more dialogue, more dialogue. So this is the construction of the scene, right? And each one of these has its own bit and piece in the thing. Now, what you could do, and what single-player RPGs do, is make it so that this dip right here changes based on one variable. And you already could see where I'm going with that direction. So let's say you decide to canonize your Warrior of Light's relationship romantically with X. Doesn't matter who. So when it gets to this point in the scene, it pulls up to this scene, and then goes like this. And you write each of these scenes here for each of the potential choices to acknowledge that. This is pretty much exactly what BioWare does for these kind of things. Now, you're probably, if you're wondering, what do you do if there's no romance? That's the scene in the middle. That's the default, so to speak. And then they just speak as if they normally would, right? Sense make? Now, hang on. There's something else you could do, too. And this is something I've only seen very rarely, and something that, frankly, they need to understand more of. One of the... I disagree with that, Rex. One of the things that... Because it's actually only one variable to keep track of. One of the things that they can do is they can have a flag attached to characters. So, let's say we've got a cutscene, and we've got backstretcher and copium bottle, put right there, and electronics duster. I'm only going to go 3 because I don't have that many hands, okay? Now, we're standing right in the middle where my head is. Now, what you can do is you can assign for a decent number of cutscenes. You don't have to do it for every cutscene, but you can do it for several cutscenes where the physical placement of these things varies based on the romance. So what I mean by that is X, Y, and Z are all locations being tracked for the cutscene. Now, their emotes and animations don't really change. Neither does the targeting matter. All of them are already looking at the same things, because you put in that data regardless of where they're standing. In other words, wherever they're standing, it doesn't actually change what they're doing or how they're doing it for standard cutscenes, right? Now, for custom animation cutscenes, that's different. But for the majority of cutscenes, you can keep track of these very simply. What's the relevance? Let's say I've decided to have a romance with the electronics duster. Get your jokes out of the way. So what you do is you have this one standing right next to here. You have an additional location variable for this cutscene, and it's just close to you. That's it. Nothing else, nothing substantial. And you're probably thinking, well, who cares about that? And if you're saying that, then you've never seen proper romance done in fiction, because one of the biggest things about blocking is who is where actually changes a lot about how a scene is portrayed. It's one of the reasons why blocking is such a thing, and why there's so much thought and art that goes into it. And yeah, exactly, these little kind of small touches would take extra work, but I would honestly probably still push for this kind of a thing. Keeping in mind, I wouldn't romance any of the Scions. I would still push for this because I feel like this would be a well-received feature, and I feel it's not too much to do. Now, the catch, of course, is, you know, how if you want to do anything custom. Now, custom thing, what I'd probably do is maybe only one cutscene for like an entire expansion, which is truly custom crafted to X and Y relationship, you know, you plus this person relationship, and that would be something that we'd only do once per expansion, because that's a decent amount of time, effort, resources, voice recording, and custom animation for a cutscene that some people will never see and only a portion of people will ever see, right? So that's understandable, but I'd still do that, especially if we pulled away resources from something like, I don't know, random thought off the top of my head, side quests. But that, in answer simply, is how you do that kind of thing. With careful blocking and structure of scenes and how scenes are presented, you can add, as Dakoita says, a bit of visual storytelling to how comfortable people are and how close people can be to each other without having to have them be like every time they're on camera, right? It's actually one of the things I remember most fondly of all things, Star Trek Voyager. Because Star Trek Voyager had a really good way to show that Tom and B'Elanna were in a romantic relationship. And it wasn't because they were going, or even because they were talking to each other like that, but because in almost every scene, for most of the rest of the show, after they get together, they are very physically comfortable with each other. My personal favorite example is, and I called this out in the Ruminations, is there's a scene where they're all in the magic meeting room, and they're all discussing the dilemma of the week, and everyone's just standing around talking, and Tom and B'Elanna are just sitting right next to each other. Like, right next to each other. That's it. And yet, there's such a comfortable familiarity with the way that they're being that close to each other that it automatically implies everything it needs to, right? Little details like that, I think, are relatively easy to accomplish, and something that can be done in a mass-produced format where you can effectively find, replace which person goes into that comfortable slot, right? Food for thought. I'm probably thinking too much about Everlore, because that's totally something I would implement. And yeah, that does happen periodically in TNG as well. And DS9, actually. While we're on the subject. Okay. So before hell unleashes, I'm actually going to take a very brief breather. I will not be long, because I'm actually low on water. So I'll be right back. Also true, Spinovi. Voyager lucked out so hard on the casting side of things. That's fair, Rax. I actually agree. If we were in the writer's room and you argued to me that, you know, Laura, we need to have more than one of these personal romance scenes, I don't think I'd argue you down. The manager in me would just wonder, where do we push out to find the time to do that? Oh, and one final thought. I have no real investment in this, but from a production standpoint, I think it would be a worthwhile use of resources. Because even though people would complain about it, because there's romance in the game, and even though people would complain about it, because there's not enough romance in the game, I do actually think there would be a sufficient number of people whose general enjoyment of the game would be heightened by the induction of such a thing. In my opinion. I mean, you know, there's other content I feel they could pull back from, and I mean that. The name of this quest is Skies Aflame. I don't think I'm ready for this. So we just saw a lot of heartwarming, nice, awesome scenes. I'm going to give one more viewer discretion warning. Just nice, open, audible viewer discretion warning. I agree, Zedslayer, absolutely. Again, I wouldn't romance any of the Scions, but I absolutely think that kind of thing should be in there. Yeah, time for the axe to finally hit something. I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've done another call for assistance from Radz-at-Han. The others have assembled at the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. Yeah, sure. This is gonna go badly. I don't think I can take a burger right now, Giga Pudding, sorry. Always the spiral motif. Ah, there you are. Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grid tidings from our contact at Radz-at-Han. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. But only there. The final day is already upon us? Yeah! It appears so. Sadly, that's all the information we have at present. No doubt the people at Radz-at-Han are busy fighting for their lives. We must go at once. They need our help. Agreed. Kral, you best remain here with Tataro and gather what knowledge you can. You're in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we will know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes. Let's make for Garlemald. We must prepare ourselves for what might lie ahead. Yeah. Yeah. We still have no plan. You are correct, Dakota. We spent our time meandering with the Loperates, and then listening to the forum, and then talking to each other, and then now we have no idea what to do. And we're here! Oh, by the way, if you're paying attention, if I'm tracking my time correctly, the total amount of time we had between killing Zodiark and the final day's happening was 1 day. If the might of Vritra is not enough to hold these fiends at bay, Radz-at-Han is in dire straits indeed. We must go at once. In ancient times, the phenomenon was first observed in places where celestial current had grown weakest. It would seem there was a stagnancy of ether in the skies above Radz-at-Han, unbeknownst even to Vritra. If this calamity has indeed come to Thavnair, it's all too likely that Corvus across the strait will find itself in similar predicament. Even now, it remains an imperial province, and as such it may be some time until we can ascertain the situation there. We can only hope Kral and Tataro will be able to provide us some insight sooner rather than later. Yeah, this tension beat would get old, but it's good for, like, scenes like this. I'd rather accompany you to Thavnair, but Raha's concerns are well-founded. The last thing I want to do is be a burden. No, I gave a negative to the Loperate section for its pacing. I gave a positive for it for being awesome. Like, Valvadrix messaged me about this, and I actually agree with several of her reasonings, and I myself have already given such a negative in the past for the same reason. But it's the usual format, right? If you do something badly for something good, or if you do something well for something bad, it is a positive and a negative scenario. That's how that works. That's how the system's designed. I'm glad for Kral's support. I'll also call upon Hoary Boulder and the others to assist us. They'll be our eyes and ears in the field, as they have been many times before. No similar creatures have been sighted here in Charlian. That said, the early signs may manifest in other regions ere long. We must be prepared for every eventuality. And yeah, to my knowledge, they haven't said anything about, for lack of a better way to put it, an elevator to the moon, and we only have one way that we know of, excuse me, 2 ways that we know of to get up there. One is to have already been there and be attuned to the Aetheryte, and the other is to get to the very top of the Imperial Palace, which is obviously not really workable en masse. With the fall of the tower in Thavnir, the Hanish were beginning to enjoy a semblance of peace. Yeah. We do not wield the creation magics the ancients did, yet these abominations still appear. Not gonna say anything. Yeah, there'll be a large queue. Very large queue to get into... Excuse me, the Nether Gate.
And lo, vile beasts did rise.
I remember those lines. Nice warble. Makes it sound wrong.
Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. Three dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out.
Lavos.
Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radz-at-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends.
Hate being right.
Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The Large One's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Garlemald. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
But yes, this would explain why Shadowbringers and Endwalker both have made a repeated point, and a new point, if you're paying attention, this never came up before, of how if you're tempered beyond a certain point, you start physically changing, and there's no salvation and no coming back from that. So, I sort of called from a while ago that there would be manifestations, for lack of a better way to put it. Oh yeah, weather. Apocalypse. That's good. That's cool. Everything's cool. You don't know? Usually the most dangerous foe in a worm's domain is the worm themselves. If I were Vritra, I'd be as offended as I am horrified. I shall survey the environs as closely as we go about our search. There may be some clue as to how to combat this phenomenon. Innocent souls twisted and reformed into unholy abominations. I thought I'd seen the last of such nightmares with the Sin Eaters. We must act quickly, Lord. Every moment we tarry means another soul may be lost to this nightmare. I like this song too, and I've only heard like a minute of it. If it's true that people have transformed into beasts, even the Radiant Host could suffer the same fate. Or us. Yeah, that's the biggest question at the forefront of my mind. But you know me. What's causing whom to change in what order? Now, I actually have a theory for that. In fact, I have a very strong theory about what is specifically affecting one person versus another. Don't worry. No matter how grim things get, I won't lose heart. I'm ready whenever you need me. So the beasts are not born of creation magic to run amok, but are altered forms of people themselves. In that sense, this manifestation of the final days differs from what we witnessed in Amarot. As for the worst, and for the worst, I dare say, if any man, woman, or child can become a beast at any moment, there's no telling whence the next threat might come. We must exercise extreme caution. Oh, come on, that was a good song. I was assembled. Yes, thank you for lending your aid in a battle against the blasphemy. Let's review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat, circle the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Vritra and the Radiant Host have gone ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. Oh, okay. I'll admit, I wasn't expecting that at all. Okay. Guessing that's a dungeon. Yep, okay, cool. Hang on. We roll. Okay, whatever. By the way, this is another way you write a Superman story. Make it so that the people that you're trying to save are the enemies you're trying to kill. That is I want to say it's a classic, but it is kind of an interesting way to do a Superman story. I'll say, Kata hasn't been with us for a lot of dungeons. I'm going to go ahead and give Kata a slot, even though I don't think they earned one. And I'm correct about that. Kata gets a slot. Looks like the next one will be going to Pretzel, I think? Rereading that. Yep, looks like it's going to be Pretzel and Omega Legion. The number was 99. So that's going to be Lilith. There you are. And... Wait, no. Wait, is it right? Literally. Pretzel. Am I remembering wrong? Okay. Yay. Memory. So I need a healer. I was gonna say. Yeah, I know, right? Dakota. My dice are just legendarily terrible. They really are. Okay. I'll give everyone a moment to decide on what class they want to be. Alright, moment over. I love how it says, you know, I don't have a healer in this. Why is the ready check always not up to date? I've always been bothered by that. Like, I can see Kata right there. They're clearly a white mage. Why? Whatever. Oh, right. I need to do this. I mean, that's a hell of a server tick. Yeah, what is it now? A week from Monday. Or really a week from Tuesday. Less than a week now. Also, there's a degree of symmetry going on here. People consumed by light turning into sin eaters, and people consumed by Lavos' cry, which I totally don't have a very strong theory about what it is, and being converted into whatever these things are. We'll just call them blasphemies. I think that's a good monster category. Good umbrella word for these things. Okay. Well, there's Vritra. Terminus Trampler. Okay, I guess we'll call them Terminus Beasts. I like Blasphemies better, but whatever. Yep, we had the Angelic Beast, now we have the Hell Beast. Again, symmetry. And clearly planned. You know, the best part is, if I'm right, these are also a snowball thing, just like Sin Eaters were. In other words, the more Sin Eaters you have, the more Sin Eaters you have. Well...
My friends, heed me. These are children of Stavne.
I know.
Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
I know. Yeah. Vritra would literally rather just stand there and get beaten on than raise a hand to him. And didn't we just talk about this with regards to Thancred in the first? Because I feel like we just talked about this with regards to Thancred in the first.
If this is the only way...
I mean, we don't know if it's the only way yet. We're like 5 minutes into this apocalypse.
Pray continue onward.
86 is when I get my next one. Sorry, don't mind me. What the hell is that thing? I guess hell is that thing. Oh, right. Hang on. Gotta keep looking at the ground. Come on, hello. For stuff like that. Oh, I see red. And that's it. You lied to me. Sorry, I'm just... If I'm right about what these are, this is insidious as hell. Yeah, Rax would never lie to me. Yeah, I was just thinking, even if we manage to slow down the tide here, this jungle's gonna have some issues. I've been told not to share my theory. If y'all want me to share it, I totally will. I've had the theory for a long time. In fact, I've been trying to timestamp these. When did I start that theory? Way back in our first visit to Charlian, I had a theory. Okay. So everyone be quiet. No reactions, okay? No emotes, no responses, and I'll go ahead and share. So I still don't know what Lavos is. But I'm going to put together a few pieces here. We know that this was one of the only planets that Midgardsormr found acceptable to settle on. We know that Zodiark was crafted to change how things worked to effectively form a dam. And the entire work has so far been focusing very much on the differences between idealism versus nihilism. I think whatever Lavos is emitting a non-stop, let's call it a wave of despair, which is what I call it in my notes. And that this wave of despair has just been blanketing worlds, like everywhere, probably galaxy-wide. And that's why so many planets are uninhabitable. That's why Midgardsormr came here, and that's why, you know, everything was required here. Now, the reason that's relevant for what's happening here is with the dam gone, the despair, which is going on, what did I call it? Akasha. That's what she called it. The elephant lady, who I didn't write down her name, but she talks about Akasha, which bypasses ether, but conveys emotion, right? So what I think here is this Akasha is conveying despair directly into people, and as they give into it, they turn into these beasts. Thus, the people who are turning are the people who have given in, the people who don't have idealism, the people who don't have hope, the people who are giving into despair. The reason that then this is a snowball effect is if you see your friends and family turn into something horrifying, then you yourself are more likely to become something horrifying because you have lost hope. Snowball, 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 we're screwed. And because that despair wave is always there, even if you are somehow able to stop everything and for some reason people are able to stop giving into despair, that's a temporary measure because the despair wave is always there. Oh my god. And yeah, that's why I say I think this is spreading. That's why I say this is snowballing, just like the Sin Eaters did, but for different reason. Yep, I rest my case. Those are mouths with teeth and tongues coming out of the ground. Well, I'm not sure where the Lavos would be from, exactly. Because there's clearly... Again, this is clearly an interstellar phenomenon. If nothing else, because multiple references have been made not only of the dragons, but Midgardsormr and the journey here. There are mouths, yes, there are mouths coming out of the ground. Mouths with teeth and tongues, and Sonic the Hedgehogs. The attack it just used is called Lost Hope. But, whatever the... So I keep calling it Lavos. It's not Lavos. It's not going to be Lavos. But the thing I keep calling Lavos is whatever is emitting this despair wave. Whatever has caused it to emit. At least that's what I like to think, because the much worse option is that's the innate state of the universe. There's just an innate amount of despair that just propagates throughout the universe. Or actually, I'm saying that wrong. What I mean by that, let me walk that back a little bit. So let's assume that this, emotion thing, which we already heard talk about, is a thing, which it is. And let's assume for a moment that there's a planet somewhere, somewhen, that gives into despair, right? It just propagates. At some point somewhere, something happens, it's really bad, World War I happens, people give up hope on that planet. It propagates, and that then means that at a certain point in time, it starts spreading from beyond that planet. So in other words, it's possible there's no such thing as a Lavos, it's possible that this is just a byproduct of the emotional network that exists between living beings. And the only reason we haven't given up to that on this planet is because we've had a freaking dam preventing it from propagating here in the form of Zodiark. Bread, Tim. I'm joking, I've never had a bread sandwich. Yeah, kinda, Spinobi. Now again, all of this is theory, but if you're paying attention, I'm not just coming up with this out of thin air.
What is this vile presence I sense? The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
The end has come, and see, right in front of us, as they say the end has come, they turn into a terminus beast. And there you go. Ironically, the solution to this might literally be, okay, so we need to make another Zodiark to prevent the groove wave from reaching this planet. And I'm dead. The Force in Star Wars is genetic. No, I do not like it that way, as I've talked about several times before. Why would that be a coincidence, Argamon? That would be math. There's the form of math, I've actually referred to it before, and I forget what it's called, but it's statistical probability. Given enough time and given enough space, things tend to go a certain way. Over time, eventually, all the ball bearings will be on this side of the table, right? And most things tend to be... I can't remember what it's called. Is that what it's called? The Great Filter? Whoop! It's hopeless. Hopeless, and she turns into Funbaba here. Which makes them freak out. Because that's their mother. And they turn into these things. And there you go. No, the really horrifying thing, like I said, is if there is no Despair Elemental, if there is no Lavos, and this is just a natural conclusion of life. What the hell are you, and why aren't you looking at me? Because that's messed up. Oh, I've heard of that theory. Rax. I didn't recognize the name, but I have heard of that one. Yeah. Anyways. was just on the moon. I am no longer on the moon. I'm in the apocalypse now. Oh, consequently, the cry of Lavos would be that despair. The despair wave. It's given audible format, but that's what it is. Again, theory. Whalers on the earth. And that's it. That's the end of the song. Yeah, two of the... I've heard two... No, there's going to be no Lavos. I've given up on the idea that Lavos is actually here. Lavos is from Chrono Trigger. Oh, sorry, the Aetheris, excuse me. Words. The other solution to the Fermi's paradox I tend to hear... There's two solutions I tend to hear. One is that they're all freaking dead as a natural byproduct. See the discussion we just had. The other theory I tend to hear is that they are so alien we will never recognize them, even if we get advanced enough, because they're alien. Yes, if you want to learn about Lavos, go watch my stream on it. I'm not going to talk about that here, really. More like something that we don't have language to explain, Rax, which is sort of my point. Something that we can't actually conceive of. I suppose a fear wave would do the same thing, but the reason I say despair wave specifically is because this game has been all about the difference between nihilism versus idealism, and what is nihilism at its core if not despair? Nothing matters, there's no point, etc., etc. That's not really fear. That's despair. A little bit of a cheat, I'll admit it, but that's where I'm getting the despair terminology from. Yeah, there's a lot more of them at this point. Oh my god, it is an elephant head. Nope. That's... apparently it got me. Well, that does take a minute to grab you, doesn't it? By the way, that symbol that was just on me, that's a tank buster indicator, right? I know this is a little late to ask that, but I keep forgetting to ask, because I'm stupid. Okay, that's what I thought. Sorry, it's a little new to me. I forget when I first started seeing it, but I was just like, what the heck is that? And then by context clues, I was like, oh, okay, got it. All right. But I wanted to confirm. Probably should take a moment, because it takes a moment. There we go. Jeez, that takes a minute. Yeah, I think near is when I first saw that, you're right. Meaningless destruction. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. I have not, and my paladin isn't at 90 yet, so I kind of can't. And leveling is really on the back burner as far as priority right now. Because I don't actually need to level anything else to 90 until we do Patchwalker. I agree. I really hope that with the overhaul they're doing with some of the stuff in the old content, that they will backport the new markers, because I've said it before and I've said it again, standardized markers are a good thing. Nightmares made flesh. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Although there is one distinction. The xenomorphs are nightmares made flesh. These things are nightmares made from flesh. A small but critical distinction. What? Come here. I have tank stance on, right? Yeah, I do. Okay, whatever. I will check this guy. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm just... my job first. Nightmare made flesh from flesh. Yeah. Yeah, this whole thing is actually properly horrifying. Oh, by the way, this is another way you do a Cthulhu-esque story while we're on that subject. Something we've talked about semi-recently, because we covered Bloodborne not a few months ago. That's good. We have both the gross factor and the invisible doom thing. That's a better way to call it right now. Yep, nope, that tracks. That tracks. And again, that's the problem. That's why I say it's a snowball thing. We've literally seen this in this dungeon, so I think I can move past that being a theory. Because their mother turned, so they turned. And then they attack, so they turn, and so they attack, so they turn, and turn, and turn, and turn. It's just... like, just looking up at that sky... despair, and doom, right? You know, there you go, your turn. Congratulations. You are now part of the problem. Also, the self-propagating problem is a very common fictional trope, most commonly expressed as zombies. One zombie bites you, you have two zombies. Two zombies, you know, bite someone else, they have four zombies, and so forth and so on. And they all turn screaming. Yep, that's where we're at with that. And yeah, I was just thinking, the military force on this planet most capable of dealing with this kind of a conflict is the one that just fell apart, mostly thanks to Zenos and Amon. So, thanks for that. I mean, I get it, that was their point. Their goal was to kill everyone, and, well, here we are. let's do this. Actually, no, I want that here. No, here? That might do. Don't mind me. Yep, there we go. Okay. That'll do. Yeah, I just noticed I didn't have tank limit break on my bar, and I've been trying to standardize that spot for my limit break on every class, so I always know where limit break is. I know tank LB isn't exactly a common thing, but, you know, just in case. Yeah, that's gross. Cool. That's cool. Everything's cool. Yeah, I was just thinking, who was this? I'm not even sure if who is this is the proper terminology given the circumstance here. Yeah, is this recoverable? Like, they bothered to go out of their way to mention several times that someone who has had opposite or the same? We're gonna go with opposite. We'll see how badly this goes. Okay. That's just kind of a guess. Well, whatever. Crumbling sky. Damn it, Ashura. I mean, looks as gross as she did, so that's something. But yeah, it's one of the reasons I'm sure the game... Gamble. Wrongly, apparently. I'm sure it's one of the reasons why the game went out of its way to emphasize why it is that you cannot recover someone once they have already been etherically turned into something else. So we can have proper horror for this whole sequence. Interesting way of doing that. Oh yeah, I should probably add, if my theory is correct about the despair spreading thing, that's why we haven't turned. Okay. Basically, yeah, Rax. We have been through so much crap. We have come out the other end of it so many times. And by we, I mean we all, the group. The Scions. So yeah, I'm going to go and admit the reason I was having issues with that mechanic I was having issues seeing the triangle at all. I know, it's a me problem, but man, I had to be really paying attention last time to see the triangle. Yeah, I can see the circle, no problem. That's easy. I suppose that's a way I could do it, too, if I don't see the circle. I presume, right? Morning, Ross. Little bit of a... This is probably good for repeating in general. A little bit of a viewer discretion advised warning. We're in the apocalypse. It is both gross and despairifying. I think it was just the blue on blue. You'll see what I mean here in a second. Unless it's red. I don't see a red, so I'm going to assume that it was, in fact. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't see it there. But I was right, because I didn't see it there. And yeah, that's just my color distinction issue. That's what that is. We did it! Again. Yay. We saved the world. GG. Apocalypse defeated. Oh, it's a samurai weapon. Eh. Yep. All we have to do is defeat all those things up there. That's all we have to do. Yeah, this is why they had the Moon People section before this. I'm not even joking. That is exactly why they did that. Here we go. No traits. Become ready to blast after burst strike? What the hell's ready to blast? What does hypervelocity replace? I'll figure it out. It's no, but I can't assign it to the bar. I saw the family. Well, I saw the children and their mother.
What is it?
So, what do you want to bet that was the merchant guy who couldn't get any ships going?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Which should hypothetically not even be possible. Imagine a creature that has no atoms, for example. And hey, her blind vision is actually being relevant. Holy crap.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath, surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhap so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
And that tracks with the idea of the despair wave and why, you know, this is bad, in addition to the usual reasons. Cessation is what I like to call that. There's dead, and then there's cessation, which is when you're gone.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
It would be more accurate to say there's nothing to save.
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
Well, time to give in to despair.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
Jot down some notes here, don't mind me.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vritra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
I'm sorry, what's the name of this dungeon? Someone spell it for me, please.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vritra, calamity has come to Radz-at-Han. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vritra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos.
Actually, another point that's been brought up earlier by multiple people, including Amon, is the idea that people turn to higher powers when they are worried or terrified or scared or whatever. So, having a dragon to turn to in their moments of despair might actually prevent the propagation.
Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radz-at-Han will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely. which I know you love.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
I fear it is as Vritra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Yeah, Vanaspati, I did give it a single positive to gameplay, which is honestly kind of low for this point in the game. But 2 pluses to story, which I feel like I don't even need to explain. All life must end in death. Yet death in turns give birth to new life, such as the flow of ether. To think the natural cycle would simply be cut off, the very thought makes me shudder. After so long and so many sacrifices, we finally found a way to cure the tempered, but these poor souls vanished without a trace. Is there no saving them? So, I'm going to go ahead and ask a spoiler question. You don't have to say when or what, but are there other dungeons before we get to the end of the MSQ? I'm just curious. Because we assuredly have at least one more trial, probably 2. There are, okay. While Estinian and Vritra defended Radz-at-Han from above, we on the ground must find a means to prevent these transformations. Let's see. The stillness in the air puts me ill at ease. We must be wary. Worry not. I can see your ether and that of our companions. We have not suffered the fate of those unfortunate souls. Yeah, we need to go find that alchemist and talk a lot about that, I forgot how she pronounced it. I wrote it down. Akasha. We need to learn more about this Akasha. Our radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to our city, though it pains me to know those beasts were once my own people. There's no telling when or where our next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant, stealers of what to come. I mean, no, Lunarith, I do not. Absolutely not. We stumbled into Vanaspati without me even knowing it was there, and that was actually kind of a nice surprise, so I appreciate the total lack of info on when and where. Besides, the people who know will already be on to join us if they know. I don't need to know. Make sense? I mean, as long as you get your work done, I don't see the issues, Active. Just tell your Vulcan to get this stick out. Don't want to know how many are left. No. I just curious if there were more dungeons. I could see them pushing away from that, and Lord knows I've seen other MMOs do similar things in the past, so... There's no telling when... Oh, actually, no, hang on. I hate to disagree with you, Ahewan, but... But we actually have visibly seen evidence enough to theorize what's causing the transformations. Like, even if it's not what I think it is, which it totally is, I would say very strongly that, if nothing else, it is infectious. Yeah, it's... Despair. Yay. Forgive me, my friends, I must return to Megaduta for the time being. There I can better manage the crisis and dispatch troops as the situation demands. In that case, we shall carry out the investigation of our own in the city. Fair enough, silly idea. Mayhap the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations and the conditions under which it concerns. If we can ascertain exactly what triggered these events, it can give us some insight into a possible solution. Yeah. So I didn't want to say this, But if you're paying attention, so far this is one relatively small island nation which is being hit by this. And, yeah, let's, Anyways, time is of the essence. Let's split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alize and I will see to Pox's path. Thancred and Ishtal to make for Dharma. I'll leave Artha and Garaha to you, Lore. We did see stuff going on in both Alamigo and Ishgard, yeah. And if I am right, which I totally am, this is a snowball problem. It would make sense that it hits here first, because of the fact that, if you remember, because of the isolation, because of the economic downfall, because of the fact that so many people were facing the end of their jobs, the end of their careers, and the end of their livelihood, because of the Tower of Zod, they're already a little more primed. Ishgard should, by most accounts, be a little bit more defended against despair because of what they've already been through. Alamigo, by contrast, they're a little iffy. They've just had a big win, but we all know just how easy it is to fall right back into despair immediately after you think you're free from it, because there's nothing you're more afraid of than going back to it. So, Ishgard's probably doing okay-ish. Alamigo is probably not, and this place is probably swamped. I don't even want to think about several places that are either current or former Garlemald areas. Ironically, the 3 city-states are probably the best overall positioned right now to defend against despair. Which is... Yeah, can we go check on... Oh, what was his name? Zulu? I wrote down his name. Bob! Can we go check up on Bob? Surely I wrote down his name. Julius. Euless. Okay, whatever. We need to go check up on him. I'm gonna call him Bob. We need to go check up on Bob. Like, right now. My boy. Arthur's home to the High Crucible of Ill. Oh, by the way. One last reason I think it's a despair wave. By all logic, and all of this is based on presumptions which themselves are based on observations, so, grain of salt. But if a despair wave is a thing, a hope wave would be a thing too. The same empathic link would go in both directions. And hypothetically, that would be a way to undo what's going on here. We'll see. Yeah, the other Sundered Ascian's just like, you know, I'm just... We're done here. We're done. I mean, honestly, a now what story appeals to me for many reasons, Dakota, so I'm kind of with you, though. We did it. We saved the world. Can I attune to this one yet? Have I been able to already? Nope. Still can't attune to this Aetheryte. Jesus. This really is Yulmore. And yeah, there's the... turn in crafter quest up there, which we're currently not doing. Oh, hey, is this... Nah, this isn't it. One of the rooms in here is one of the rooms they showed off for their texture updates. It looks pretty good. Ah, I remember those red eyes. You were the scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes? I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubled times? Well... We're assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Did you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? Oh, was it a megalegion? Oh, okay, well, whatever. I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crashing footsteps so powerful the very ground shook. I rushed inside and couldn't believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of Balsham Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. A handful of Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and its minions propelled themselves skywards. So the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. I'm ruined! Ruined! I really hope it's not I can't pronounce his name from earlier. Which I've already called. If it is. I was actually thinking a similar thing, Omega Legion. It's funny, because the Dancer storyline just sort of comes out of nowhere. It's like, hey, did you know there's these evil feelings that you've never heard mentioned before anywhere, ever? I'm like, no, I've never heard of these evil feelings. On the empathic groove wave. Sisters, I'm ready. What's happening? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Settle down. Danger's past for now. If it's not too painful to remember, can you tell us what you saw? First I heard screams, and a horde of ravening beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a Marid, throwing people like a ragdoll and eating them. I hid under the counter, saw others do the same. But the shrieking and wailing kept louder, more voices in the throng. Beasts or victims, I couldn't tell. I didn't know what was happening, I still don't. That's enough, my good man. You were brave to share us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, has survived mostly unscathed. Pray stay close to your friends and loved ones, and rest your body and mind while you're able. Yeah, so far the game has been... The expansion has been really good. There are absolutely issues with it. Of course there freaking are. But leaning definitely towards the positive side. Something the matter, traveler? If you're lost, maybe I could be of assistance. Well, your offer is most appreciated. We're not lost, but we're in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Yeah, we haven't had a Ranjit yet, and honestly, by this point, we probably won't. We're clearly in the third act at this point. I saw it all, though I wish I had not. I was going about my work when a sudden piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around and there was a fiend, its massive body bursting through the entryway with the force of a tidal wave, and then it was gone, quick as it came. I should clarify that. When I say third act, I mean third out of 5. I tend to mentally approach stories from the 5-act structure rather than the 3-act structure, because I think it works better for various reasons. But... we still have to have the 4th act, which is going to be the build-up to the 5th act, which will actually be where we at. I mean, 3-act structure can work. I don't want to ding it. It's just, for me, you know, writing-wise, I tend to prefer a 5-act structure. So this is the Thavnarian weave. I must say it bears resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvos. Small wonder, really, given it's just across the water. Not that I'm much of an expert in Corvosi culture, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since the coming of the Charlian. And like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days, I'm more acutely aware of my heritage and grateful for it. It is my thanks to my forebears I inherited the royal eye, and with it the wisdom of the ancient Alec. So, I simply hope my countrymen are safe. One day when the calamity's but a memory, I would like to see Corvos again, if only once. Hang on, Graha. You got something in your hair. Let me get these red flags out of your hair. I agree. A 5-act structure works well for RPGs. I'm not going to spoil, but think about FF6 for a second, right? First 3 acts before the big moment, and then the 4th act is the first half of the final moment, and then the 5th act is the final thing. And there you go. That's 5-act structure. Most of the FFs could easily be described as a 5-act structure. Not all of them, of course. FF1 is a 1-act game. Forgive me, my shop is closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days. We have come in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you witness anything? Afraid not. We witnessed something. Can I please? Graha, I know what's causing it. Listen to me, Graha! Listen to me! Hi. Four is a weird one. Actually, I've already separated 4 into acts, because someday I hope to do a lorecraft on FF4. It's going to be my prototype for doing a single-player lorecraft series. 4, I actually split up FF4 into 4 acts. The first ends at Mount Ordeals, the second ends at Tower of Zot, the third ends with leaving the underground with the drill, and obviously the 4th is the finale. Because, of course, I've already taken notes on that. I do plan to do a lorecraft on FF4 someday, just kind of for fun. But we'll get there. It really does, Omega Legion, which is funny. I already sympathized with Emmett quite a bit. Judging by their accounts, the transformation. And if you think about it, Emmett's really the only one who actually personally experienced all this crap. Everyone else has memories that were beamed into them that were effectively not their own, or they were a broken Roomba. Emmett was the only person who actually was there and experienced this nonsense. Anyways, it tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Aetherite Plaza. Oh, I guess La Habrea did too. But, I mean... Who? Anyways, in other words, the blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, people in the Mayhem can tell us more. But no, yeah, I'm being facetious. It is absolutely a retcon, because La Habrea, whoa, was clearly written to be just a generic I'm evil villain, and he was. But they did manage to go ahead and retcon it properly to make it, you know, that he was broken. So, I'm with it. Emmett was Shadow. Kind of slouching all the time. Best villain in the game. One of the best FF villains ever. Going after that enormous beast, are you? Hang on a sec. Ah! I saw it. Including the very instant the poor bastard transformed. Damn, the gods for putting me there. It started over by the window. A few men, merchants, talking, drinking. Conversation took a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, their leader buries his head in his hands, and black mist was swirling about him. I'm ruined. Then his body bursts apart, and there stands a hideous slavering beast, massive and foul, gaping maws, bulging eyes. His friend starts shrieking, and the black mist comes again, changes them. Stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Incidentally, do you perchance know who the merchants were? No, I'm a decorator by trade. Not much cause to mingle with their sorts. Saw Michleil, the barmaid, chatting with them, though. She might know something. Pardon, I was just... Anyway, take a seat when you want. We're open for business as usual. But... He literally just... Okay, whatever. He literally just said to talk to you. I am talking to you. Even after repairing all that damage, it'll be a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what Radiant been calling it anyways. I saw it too. I was standing over the corner as Mechreed poured me a drink, and there came this dreadful sound like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I've ever heard. I turned around in shock, and an ominous cloud of black mist rose from the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As to what happens next, to recall it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. Blue sky turned red as blood. Mechreid, myself, and the others clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant host came to our aid. Did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn. That tracks. I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky. I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast began to rage. Yeah, no, that does track, if my theory is correct. Yet that, I don't think that's actually there. I think that's effectively an illusion, a very wide-scale glamour, or possibly just a mental illusion. Hello there, welcome to Mechreid's Mechane. Can we get you? We have not come for libations, but information. You are Michleil, correct? We are investigating the so-called blasphemy on the satrap's behalf. But we hear it was one of your customers, a merchant that underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about it? He was something of a regular, especially of late. And it was... I was right. I don't know if you heard this, but I frickin' called that in the dungeon. Kalzal was his name. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily with the exports of Thavnarian specialties. Yep, nope. That's how we met Matzia. Yes, the name rings a bell. Didn't you see the both of them on your first trip to Thavnir? Kalzal ran a trading operation in Yedlamad, and it was there if you made Matzia's acquaintance. Yes, the same Kalzal, no doubt. A rather successful man, from what I gathered. That said, it was clear he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up over Canada have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the empires led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is not what it once was. Now, you're probably wondering how I guessed him. And you might think it's just because he was a character we met. But actually, no. See, the thing is, Kolzal, when we briefly met him, gave a damn. He wasn't just about the money. He wasn't just trying to get the merchant thing. It actually bothered him to say no to Matsya. Because he was effectively making other people's lives worse, while making his own life worse. Things were bad, and he couldn't improve them. That's despair. So, yeah. He was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meetings, as far as I could hear. Yet, as they discussed matters further, his tone grew grave and grim, and then... Forgive me, I would not have you recall the memory, if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask one more thing. There's something unusual about him in particular. Anything at all. Yeah, there's this gray mist coming out of him. He lived for his work and had no family I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors know what I do not. Can I direct you to them, if it would believe you would help? Yeah, don't dwell on it too much. I had a story idea bouncing around my head I never developed way back in the day. And the idea was, imagine a setting in which there's, like, let's call it a being that can't do anything to you whatsoever, but it's there if you give in to, like, fear. Like, if you let it in, then it hurts you, right? Kind of the classic demon approach. But the important distinction was that they're there and they can influence things, but only through people that have already given in to them. And the theory about that amused me was the idea that you could have a whole bunch of people who are effectively invincible to these creatures or these demons or these entities or whatever, and could not be affected by them in any way, shape, or form unless they allowed them to be. And yeah, I know, the let the enemy in thing is a fairly common trope. I was thinking on a more large scale than that, but anyways. You see why I bring it up now, though. Kolzal made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, he lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood. How do we get there? I'll write down some directions. I cannot promise you'll find what you seek, but if nothing else, it's a start. Well... Okay, excuse me. Everyone, I've got a fresh platter of copium. Here you go. I'll just put that on the table. Enjoy. Nice, speaking of which. Here's my copium. Lemon muffin. That sounds like copium. It sounds like delicious is what that sounds like. Not as good as Shadow so far, Scion. Although I'm only like halfway through. Or 2/3 through, or 3/5 through, or however you want to think of that. I would probably put it on par with Heaven's Word. So far. I know what you're thinking. But Lore, you're dumb and stupid. And I totally am. But I also am not as into piano music as most people are, and that's probably affecting my opinion overall. Piano's nice, but I mean, you know. No. No! Okay, what should we get from here? Katana Ravel. Musically, favorite instrument? So, I know this is cheating because it's not an instrument, but strings is my favorite instrument. Hmm. I don't know how to answer that, Player Jamal. And this sitar would not count, for example. Mayonnaise is an instrument, because everything's an instrument. You just have to work it properly. Yeah, purely musically, I think if we cut off everything after the Katana Rebel and everything after now, I would probably put this slightly ahead of Shadow. Nearest to not make a difference. Remember, I don't like Chrono Cross or Xenogears' music, so my opinion is suspect. I do love Soken, though. The man's amazing. Oh, I didn't know you lived here, Omega. Sorry, here's your copium. There you go. Hi, Evo. Would you like some copium? Yeah, I known him since he was a boy. If there's ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return. Spent his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really, with how dangerous travel's become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around. Then at night, I heard the door open. Look, I didn't poison the copium, although that's a good idea. Hey, this copium tastes like arsenic. Oh, man, I gotta get the copium bottle. How strange. Anyways, I looked outside to see Kalzel sitting on a bench, head hung low, the man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. The situation must have been dire indeed. Do you notice anything else out of the ordinary? You could say he gave in to despair. Nothing to speak of. Other than troubles with the consortium, he was the same old Khazal, cordial and honest, like always. Questions you're asking. Has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in that terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? Exactly, Evo! I don't travel much these days, but my daughters told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard little about these bizarre going-ons. That's probably a good idea. Stay close to your daughter. Be prepared to take refuge should the satrap order it. Okay, I actually like that outfit, Zedslayer. Which is terrifying. Unlike Giga Pudding's outfit. Humph. Humph, I say. Wait. Is that a carrot? It's a carrot. Yes. Hang on. I shall metaphorically eat this carrot. And actually eat this, and we'll just pretend I ate the carrot. Oh yeah, is this, it's, more happiness juice! More happiness juice! Glug, glug, glug. Hang on, so I have a 33. Unless that looks cool, I think I'm just gonna say a nope to that. Yep, nope, that's a nope. Yeah, I don't like those. In the garbage. Although, speaking of which, let me see what this thing looks like. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of holding on. But, I'm not handling this all very well, to be completely honest. Sure. Nah, I changed my mind. Changed my mind already. Hang on a sec. Let me go ahead and put on my glasses. So I can see better. Oh yes, Zed has willingly converted to the Giga Pudding cult. As he should. We know what Giga Tacos are like, after all. I must give in to despair. Nah, I've only given in to despair twice in my life. I've actually spoken of both incidents on camera. My neck, to this day, is damaged from one of those incidents. Or my throat, more accurately. To come back another time, I just woke up. I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, that's one way to avoid panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. We have noticed a great danger has come to Thavnir. I encourage you to stay alert. Prepare to flee should the situation turn dire. Before you leave us, we leave you in peace, pray allow us a question or two. Do you know a local merchant named Kulzal? If so, do you notice anything unusual about him recently? He was given in to despair. Yeah, I know him. We just spoke the other day. Like many others, his business was going poorly. It seemed he managed to turn things around thanks to a generous order from Ruvedia Fibers while he was practically dancing in the streets. Yep. Nope, that tracks. I haven't spoken with him since, but I assume it all went well. Yep. Like I said, and this is what I mentioned with regards to Alamigo. Oh my God, they've both given in. You're probably most susceptible to despair, fear, and other negative emotions. Not when you're in a bad time, but when you've stopped being in a bad time and things have started getting good, and then something bad happens. It's like that moment of, oh, it's better. No, it's much worse. That's the fun one right there. By the way, if you can't see it in chat, Gigapudding says, Lord, my cult. It's not... Is that more directions? Yep. Yeah, no, exactly, Tara. I don't know much about, you know, many mental health things, but I certainly know a fairly large amount about suicide, and yeah, everything's fine. Whoops. Slice. And again, in suicide in particular, that's most problematic because the overwhelming majority of suicides happen because of a sudden thing. Or I'm saying that wrong. In short, you stab yourself, or you shoot yourself, or you jump off a cliff, or whatever. A sudden burst of action which can't be undone, rather than a gradient action that can be undone. Hence, why most of those suicides probably shouldn't have happened, if that makes any sense. That's theory, admittedly. They're farming silkworms. This must be Ruvedia Fibers, where we should find this... I can't do any of these names. Did you just... Okay. Graha's like, he jumped! Me too! Let's hurry, I say. There's no time to waste. No, the best suicide prevention is, ironically, time, or more accurately, pausing. Pardon me, are you in charge of buying and selling? We have a few questions we'd like to... Sorry, I don't have time to chat. If you haven't noticed, our hands are full at the moment. We secure all our wares and equipment to safety across before those accursed beasts return. You're gonna make time for us. Now, we'll do this the nice way, but you are going to make time for us. Even though we've already figured this out, like 20 minutes ago. I know, we're being thorough. I get it. Just once, I want a cutscene where we literally pick up, like, a carriage full of stuff and just carry it like Mr. Incredible or something. I want to see that. And I definitely want to see that. Not only would that amuse me, but I would know in the back of my mind that there are Lalafels out there who would be seeing that same cutscene. And that would amuse me, too. I mean, valid, Rex. And I have, yeah. Wait, the cult of Puddingway? Oh my god, it makes so much sense. Gigapudding was always Puddingway. Not one of these again. Whatever. Yeah, there's a term in cars called horsepower per ton. And I imagine the same thing applies in these species, you know. Strength per ton, or strength per pound, or whatever, however you want to think of that. Pudding. Pudding. You know what's funny is I could make pudding now. I have all the materials to do so on hand. I just haven't lately. So what do you think, Giga Pudding? Should I? I make some very good pudding mixtures, for lack of a better way to put it. Yeah, see this, except more. And what does this look like as a Lalafell? I'm randomly curious about that. Well, okay, there's my question answered. That is actually hysterical. Whoops. So quickly, I've never seen anyone so strong. Yeah, well, you know. Let's just say that I'm not going to be hurting for work if I ever decide to get out of the saving the world business. I might take up fishing, which involves me swimming into the water, punching a shark, and then tossing it on the shore. If Kamala is satisfied with work, so am I. You've done us a great favor. Yes, Goku fishing. Not that I get the reference directly, but I get it indirectly. So, with our wares so away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. I take it your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed. We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers already left for the day, but those of us here still saw it all. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the door, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream of such agony and terror, and the next instant he, too, sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and it spread. Now, please stop thinking about this. Please stop thinking about this. I'm sorry, was something you wanted to ask? Indeed, you knew the merchant Kalzel, did you not? I believe you had some dealings with your establishment. Kalzel, I know him well. We'd arranged for the consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end we received a better offer and had to turn him down. All that. All that. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we'd been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. For once, that's the game saying it, not me. He said he'd discuss it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. Remember what we saw, right? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the brink, turning into beasts one after another. And the same phenomena occurred here. Yes, no, I've put this together, Garaha. I wouldn't say that out loud, because I don't want to belittle my little brother. But... Yep, intense emotion. Can we talk to her now? I forget her name, but we need to go talk to her, like, right now. Actually, in real life, when I happen to be present for someone else putting pieces together, I don't know how to describe it, but there's something immensely satisfying about it. And so I just kind of there, like, you know, as they put the pieces together, as Garaha is putting the piece together, I'd just be like, yep. And not in a condescending way, more in a please. I don't know what other word to use. It's just like, yep, let's do it. And yes, Nidana, the one who mentioned this thing to us the first time. We need to get information from her before she turns into a hell beast. The name of this quest is Beyond the Depths of Despair. No, exactly, Casual. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Due diligence. The phrase exists for a reason. We were to reconvene with the others in front of Megaduta. They should be just outside. My friend, we must take your leave. I pray our establishment is spared further tragedy. Your lives are more precious than any wares. If you're ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Yeah, I like my stuffed animals, but if it was a you have 5 seconds to get out the door kind of situation, that's just how that is, you know? Yeah, no, it's funny how much this mirrors the Flood of Light. It's a different reflection of it, no pun intended, but it really does mirror it in many ways. There's a lot of people freaking out here. Hey, Brigwin, I might need your scythe in a minute. Finish your rounds and ready to share? Yeah.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Okay, hang on. Comment from the back. Nobody give in to despair. Real quick, it's gonna be okay. We've got this. I'm here. We're here. Okay, everyone chill, alright? Everyone chill. Okay, move on.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
Nothing is wrong. Everything is fine. Yeah, can we... Question from the back. So how do we summon Zodiark 2?
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings.
Here's a random horrifying thought for the day. I want you to picture a setting that you're familiar with. Imagine it exists within the FF14 setting. I want you to imagine that the despair wave hits it. How exactly do you think the monstrosities manifest in that particular setting, given its particular denizens and rules?
Why remains to be seen. But there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not.
Ironically, I think Pokemon would be fine, actually. I mean that sincerely. There would be such a radiant glow of positivity that the despair wave wouldn't even hit the Pokemon world.
Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts was actually the specific thing I was thinking of, Rax. I also was thinking about StarCraft. For those of you not aware, there's a concept which bounces around, but it basically means that some of the Protoss, which is a species in StarCraft, are directly psychically linked. But when I say psychically, I don't mean thought, I mean, like, emotion. So, yeah, for those of you who know what the Kala is.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karzal's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
And yeah, there's also Fallout, Warcraft, or Dragon Age.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe. Even as we speak.
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. Alizé.
Look! It's the satrap!
Okay, we're okay. Freaking me out there, little Alizé.
Thank the heavens.
Ironically, the Doom setting would almost be funny. Because I think Doom Guy himself would be fine. Possibly the only one.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last.
You know, another thought occurred to me. We were joking earlier about happiness juice. If my theory is correct, which at this point I'm like 99% certain that it is, I'm just not sure of the specifics of what's causing the despair wave. But, one of the best solutions they could come up with here is just to drug people into unconsciousness. As a stopgap, as a band-aid. Like, everyone, calm down. And just, you know, temporarily be like, alright, everyone, yeah, wolf in the fold, exactly. Exactly, everyone, we're getting rid of the copium. Here's some actual, opium. Have some somnus. Down you go. As for Warhammer 40k, what's the name of that giant nebula of hell in Warhammer 40k? Because that basically is the despair wave I'm describing.
Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes.
The Eye of Terror, that's it.
I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
I didn't know there were more now. I must have missed that somewhere. Actually, it's funny. Cashel's like, get the Loperites down here. What do you want to bet that at least in part the Loperites being as universally... universally positive as they are is deliberate. I mean, obviously it's deliberate for us, the viewers, but it could also be deliberate for them, the characters, because if my theory is correct, which again I'm very certain of at this point, they're going to keep being pounded by the despair wave as they're traveling through space. So...
Your Excellency, is there any word from Balaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Oh yeah, by the way, if you know me and you've seen me stream anything ever, you know that I tend to lean towards honesty when it comes to, you know, hard choices and situations. This is one of those extremely rare exceptions. I would probably be lying to people bald-faced in this scenario.
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
No.
You are?
No, shush. Shush.
I'm Matsya of Akyali.
Matsya, I love you.
Fisherman.
Please be quiet. Matsya?
Ah, I remember you from our first visit.
Wait, you're...
Yeah, we're here to fix things, so everything's fine.
But no, that can wait.
No, everything's fine.
When the skies turned red, I set off for Balaka's stand.
Please don't share this in a public arena.
Fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! Gods have mercy!
Matsya?
Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, stick their fangs into him? The fangs! The screams! Get away from her, now!
Well, that's almost as bad as that could have been. I mean, this could have been worse, but, it would take some work.
Damn it! We've got to kill them before it spreads.
Oh, I'm quite sure.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
And this is the danger of the despair domino.
As fast as you can! No!
Yep. I'm just gonna go and admit that it irritates me. We're just standing there and move on.
Vritra, our people, you must save them.
Okay, so that's a way it could be worse.
My son,
Enough! You must run. For their sake and your own.
This is important. Can it be stopped?
Yes. You will survive.
Okay.
You must.
Very important information right there. Yeah. There's a tipping point. God, what's the term for that? I mean, there's a point of no return. Critical mass, thank you. I can never think about it. There's a critical mass thing. And it does look like there is a critical mass here, which is good. It means it's a little bit less binary. And the more gradient this is, the more likely it is that we're able to catch it. Like he just did. Now, as I say, he's literally dealt with this before. He had to fight against the Flood. Well, the consequences of the Flood.
Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape.
Thank you, Gandalf.
Flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Are you kidding? Gandalf's a red mage.
Leave the city to us, and make for Palaka's stand at once! Matsya, show my friends to the village! I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest!
Right! Go with them, will you? We will save these people, As many as we can.
Oh, Matya. We meet again. You do remember me, yes? I do. I do. I remember you entirely too well. I can't even be angry at you. You did nothing wrong. And that's what's so messed up and insidious about all this. Yeah, but staying calm isn't exactly my forte. I must save Palakistan. Whatever it takes. Matya, it pains me to put you in harm's way, but I would ask your aid as well. Of course, Palakistan is not far down the hill, but as I told His Excellency, the path is blocked by terrible creatures. Yeah, that's what we're here for. And yeah, I really hate to say this, but remember what I mentioned earlier? Both Alphino and Alize are on the idealism side of the scale, but inverted. He's positive, she's negative. And we know negative emotions are the trigger here. I keep calling it a despair wave, and will continue to do so. But we've already seen how fear and terror and, dare I say, anger will probably be able to trigger this as well. The great irony is the satrap, I forget his name, forgive me, didn't know what we knew. If he did, he probably could have salvaged that situation very quickly. He comes in, he's like, hey, I have news from the city. And if he'd known, he could have been like, alright, come over here, in private, we will speak with this. Everyone, dissipate, we're handling this situation, and just kind of get in charge, right? Get ahead of it. But he didn't know. We hadn't shared our findings with him yet. It's fine, Cyan, it's fine, everything's fine. As it cries for its grandmother. Now there's an interesting question. How much of the original is in there? Because we have no idea. This could be a ghost situation like with the Sin Eaters. A remaining imperative. Echoes of a memory and nothing else. In fact, given what we saw with Hazal, it would really not surprise me if this specific thing that causes you to turn is actually all that's left of you when you've turned. Him crying out about how he was ruined, the grandson crying out for his grandmother, the son crying out for his father. And yet, unfortunately, I agree, Zed Slayer. Although, quite frankly, if I was doing it, I would have just structured it differently. I don't mean to continue to sound negative about the cinematography on display, but most of these situations can be easily saved by removing us from them. Yeah, no kidding, Zed Slayer. Ironically, that too was a very important scene, though. Not just for Garaha, because duh, but also because we needed to know that you can get ahead of that. Like I said earlier. What happened to them? Well, the great irony is, in my opinion, one of the best defenses we have on this, at this point, is to make sure that people know very quickly and efficiently that negative emotion, negative feelings are exactly what causes this. Now, you're thinking, well, that's horrible, then people will turn immediately. And you're right, there are people who will turn immediately to that. But that will also give the other people the defenses they need to deal with this. If that makes any sense. Yeah, I hate to quote Dune, but fear is the mind killer. And frankly, not everyone has crisis training to deal with this kind of crap, or crisis experience to deal with this kind of crap. Speaking of which, thank you again, Garaha, for that. We must heal those we can, and quickly. I see no beasts, but stay on your guard. Yep. We have one healer, and one off-healer, and also me. Hang on. I think there's another sage nearby. Well, she's dead. And so is he. Cool. Even if I wake, the nightmare goes on. Lead me to sleep. And he just died. His wounds are deep, but he may yet be saved. He'll help the others. He'll be fine. The pain will pass. Come to help us? Yes. Help is here. That's another thing. Speaking of crisis situations and dealing with people in a panic, one thing that is almost universally couched from all the lessons I've taken and all the information I've gathered is don't give vague platitudes. Don't say it'll be all right. People don't respond well to it'll be all right. People that just respond more clearly to come this way. Clear, present, tactile reactions, right? Give them something to latch onto, physically if need be. Come this way. We are dealing with this. The survivors are coming over here. We have help. There are people on the way. Just, even if you have to lie, tell them that there is something tangible that they can latch onto mentally. Give them something they can do, and get their minds focused on that. Get them out of the 30 go to 10 of a panic cycle. I can only hope others manage to flee, but if the rest have been turned to beasts, well, let's do what we can to see the damage spreads no further, and no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high, lest we suffer a similar fate. Yeah, you'll notice that is exactly what Garaha did. Emperor Varus is coming, we have a plan, and then we kill Leander, everything's cool. The name of this quest is that we might live. I can tend to the rest. Pray look after Matsya. No doubt after what he's seen, his weight heavier on his heart than ours. Yeah, I have a really, really horrible feeling that we're about to kill Matsya. Or rather, what's left of him. He can't be too stupid to recognize that he was unintentionally responsible for what happened. Lord, this is Yerevia, the elder here. He's hurt, but praise be the sisters, he still lives. Young Matsya here has told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude for your aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we always done, until today when those unholy beasts came pouring into the village, a flood of midnight and death. There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I have known since they were babes, struck down by creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde in the guise of the same hideous fiends. In the chaos, a handful of our villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope they have found their way to safety. Matsya, do you perchance remember these other two people? The young couple who always brought you the freshest catches? How can I forget? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me such kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider, as is their way, but those two brought my fish and sung its praises. They turned my fortunes around. Yeah, they're dead. I fear they're in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Agama Temple, one of those beasts in close pursuit. They had their child, still but a tiny babe. To elude these fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task. I beg you, go to their aid. Yeah, tell me where to go, Matsya. Matzia. But a fisherman, I can't face them on. Will you come with? Yes, yes, let's go! Why are we talking about this? Let's go! Jesus Christ. This is ironic because I can only go so fast right now, but whatever. Okay, an ether current. Right in the way. Interesting. It's like the second one at this point. I know what you're thinking. Isn't it the third lore? No, the other one I only found because I was randomly bomb jumping just to be silly. His name is Matzia, and he is awesome. The temple's just ahead. It was built by those who worship Saint Agama, but has fallen into disrepair in recent years. If my friends have made it this far, no doubt they're hiding somewhere amidst the ruins. Oh, please stop, and converted. Wait here. I'll go deal with this. By which I mean I've already left to do this. Now here's another random question, and I feel like I've asked this question before in a different format. How is this affecting the plants and animals? And yeah, sorry, I should clarify, I do not want an answer to that question. But it's an interesting thought to think about. Because, yeah, if my theories are correct, which I'm very certain of at this point, as I've said many times, I imagine that it would require them to be connected to the... I'm forgetting how she pronounced it. Akasha. So, if that despair wave is connected to plants and animals, well, then we have a planet empty of life. Oh no, it's so much worse than that. Okay, hear me out for a second. This is... Here's the planet. There's this thing called the life stream, right? So the things with ether die, recycle into the planet, and come back out as new things, right? Well, over time, those things develop into, you know, sentience and sapience, and we have living beings, and we're cool. So we have a planet of living things, but none of them are affected by this thing. But eventually, there develop people, and those people give in to the despair wave, and they are removed from the equation permanently. So every time this cycle repeats, the finite amount of ether in this planet goes down permanently. Until at a certain point, it will literally not be able to sustain a biome. There will not be enough plants and animals to create existence. And what we will have would be... Yeah, the planet will be bleeding out ether, and it will eventually be a dead husk in space. Possibly not even that, if my understanding is correct. So, never mind, I suppose. I withdraw my question. Sorry, Laura. I tried to stay behind, but I couldn't. That's true, Rax. Cannot be. Matzia. My arms are heavy. My legs. I can't feel my legs. My wife fled with our daughter. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just killed them. No, you must stay strong. More time. I thought I had 2, Blackout. I want to die. I mean, that's in real life hazardous. The rules in this setting are pretty different. Imagine that the amount of atoms in the world are being reduced permanently every time people die. Evan still lives, and she still has their child. I'm gonna search the jungle between here and Palakistan. There's nowhere else she could have gone. Forgive me, Kirasov. Once we saved your wife and child, we'll return and lay you to rest. Yeah, carbon might actually not be a better example. I keep calling ether atoms because there's not much of a real-life equivalency of ether. That you know of! Alright, dumb question. Or dumb joke. Damn it, I can't talk this morning. Or just oxygen in general. Remove the element of oxygen from reality. Yeah, sorry. Point being, things be bad, yo. I did not find them. Meanwhile, in the sky...
No more enemies to trouble us here.
I was actually thinking about that. Assuming the Loperit would actually be able to help people with the despair problem, that doesn't get rid of the despair problem. It's more like a piece of armor for the despair problem, right? That armor could still be pierced. And that would propagate like crazy in a cramped ship.
It's me. How fare you below?
Things are extremely bad.
Understood. I will inform Vritra.
Yeah, exactly. I hate to quote the Joker, but all it takes is one really bad day.
Chaos and panic sweep Radz-at-Han, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahewan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
so it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflicts this abhorrent punishment upon them.
Here's a random question. Imagine Needhogg is flying around right now, still alive.
A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
Will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Radz-at-Han is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahriman sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man?
I mean, we're a little past that right now.
These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust. Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so.
I keep waiting to see if it affects dragons or not. It's possible Midgard wasn't actually immune. He was just immune for the same reason we are. He didn't give in to it, right?
Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes. And the Dragonsong War would still rage on.
And be much, much worse right now.
And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahriman's greater goals. Yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Radz-at-Han hangs in the balance.
Oh yeah, by the way, just another little bit of terror. So we've spent a lot of time in multiple long quest chains fixing up Ishgard. But imagine pre-Heavensward, the broom. Just the broom, nothing else. Right now.
We have company.
I am ready.
The hour has come, Vritra. It's all or nothing!
And yeah, I was thinking about Tiamat too. Still tempered, if you remember. Never mind Hraesvelgr. Next quest name is When All Hope Seems Lost. Never found the jungle scene our child in grave danger. What are we to do? Gods have mercy. You cannot let fear consume you. Fear consume me? What are you talking about? Were you not paying attention? No, of course you weren't. I could become a beast? I understand, I think. I've seen to the wounded. How did you two fare? Did you find your friends? I see. In that case, let us help you find your mother and child. Before we leave, we must ensure the village will be safe in our absence. Elze and I will patrol the area, search for more beasts. Would you call Matzia? Would you and Matzia speak with the Elder? Pray explain to him the situation. Join us as soon as you're able. I'll go ahead and admit, I was confused as hell when I was first going through this game. Because they kept saying stars, so I assumed they meant stars. And it wasn't until, I want to say, somewhere in Heavensward or Stormblood, when they started using star in a way that clearly meant planet, that I was just like, wait, what? I'm heartened to see you both safe, but what of the family? He's dead. I understand, we've lost another of our dear friends. He may be gone, but there's hope for Mevrin and their child. Please find them, I beg of you. Yes, keep everyone's spirits high, while the sky is on fire with red lightning. Also known as typical British weather. Where might he have run off to? Think. We encountered no beast during our patrol, thankfully. I'm pleased to report the vicinity appears to be beast-free, no doubt thanks to your earlier efforts. Resume our search. Where should we begin? To this way. Okay. Yeah, I was actually thinking Quintus as well. Now, someone asked what Emmett would be doing in this situation. I have to admit, I'm not sure. Which brings up another interesting question. Would we be able to deal with an Emmett, what do they call him? Terminus creature? Because, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Rex. That Emmett. Specifically, that Emmett. And that is an interesting question. If Sundered could be turned into beast or not. I know that we are theorizing that, you know, the primary stuff is they were summoning stuff and we're turning into stuff, but nothing really indicates that these are mutually exclusive. It's entirely possible that there are people out there who... Unsundered, who could have been turned. And it's possible that there are sufficiently gifted crafters here which could make. And that's all hypothetical, of course. I'm just conjecturing, but... The beasts have come and many have already been killed. Yeah, okay. Well, alright. Let me go do what I do. It's also possible that the Amarosians were either more or less susceptible to this than other species are, and that would just turn right in front of me. That's always great. Like there's a lot of empty holes here, which is funny when you're talking about something this just horrifically bad. How bad is it? TBD. What? Just I'll get back to you about how bad it is. Okay. Yeah. How bad is it? Yes. Biblical. Yeah, so it's funny you say that. I really hate to bring this up because every time I say, you know, question from the back, things get worse. But question from the back. What's going on in the first right now? You know? I mean, obviously the other reflections in general is the question. But all right, we've managed to figure out a way to terraform the planet and everything's going to be a-okay. What the hell is that? Oh god. And that's all. And yeah, there we go. Yeah, is this hitting the void? Is this hitting the rift? Is the rift outside of the despair wave? Because the rift kind of bypasses physicality. It's the astral plane. Or no, the is it the astral? I can never remember which one it is. The connective tissue plane in D&D. And Exodus is just over the plane like, ooh, 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 ooh. We've seen all the beasts. Okay, let's get her in front of the temple. Yeah, what's going on with Alpha right now?
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Okay, it is the aspect. I was right.
Has anyone seen Mervan?
It's been a little while since I've looked into the cosmology of Faerun, because I haven't had to since the Neverwinter Nights lore run.
Where could she be?
That's a good question. How sentient and sapient do you think Omega is? So... would the Doctor from Voyager be affected by this?
We've dealt with all the blasphemies, and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
I mean, right here is safe.
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things.
Hang on, we need to separate you.
And even if I could... it's too late for my family.
So, does grief cause it? Interesting.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
There's a reason I keep calling it despair.
This is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
You know what? I'm gonna play a wave file in a second here. Give me a minute. After the scene.
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested. Always and ever.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are. My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand. So I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
What?
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mevon.
Oh, there he is.
Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
By the way, considering that several people were willing to summon primals over relatively petty things like territorial disputes, how many primals do you think people are trying to summon right now? I'm going to mute the game very briefly. I just want to share something because I feel it's directly relevant to what's going on. Forgive my indulgence.
What are you still doing here? We need to evacuate.
What's the point? They're only empty vessels.
Stop talking like that. Do you really believe what you just said?
Unlike the rest of them, Garland gave me a soul that I might replace you and Kuja. But Garland is dead. Terra will soon be destroyed. What's the point?
The way I directed Kitsune Baba, who voiced that Mikoto, there's the name of the character, is I specifically told her basically everything that's been happening on screen right now. I was very clearly making it known to her that what's going through her mind isn't like anything other than why bother? What is the point? I wanted her to voice her as someone who was tipping over the despair line. And I spent a while describing it in specifics to her. I think she did an excellent job getting it across in her voice. And I mentioned that because I feel like, as was mentioned in chat, and as I myself agreed with, I think that's what's happening here. You have to go over that line for it to really hit. Over there, my view is blocked, but I'm sure I saw someone. Go! Also, just kind of plugging the theater. If you haven't seen it, you should totally go watch it. Anyways. You're probably like, which games have you theatered? Well... more than one. We're working on a fourth one? Yes, fourth one right now. And by we, I mean they. I haven't actually really got time lately. Yeah, exactly, Son. There's that despair line, that event horizon of critical mass and doom. We've reached the font of Maya. Maybe they're hiding in the ruins? Let's find out.
That's her! No, I'm sure of it! Niven!
Can we not?
Don't, please!
Can we not? I mean, ironically, in a situation where despair is your enemy, flinging a rock at something in defiance is actually a powerful thing to do.
No! God have mercy!
Why are we still standing here? Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Defiance isn't quite hope, but defiance is still defiance. Defiance is still piss off. And refusal to give up. Ironically, this is the GM in me, but I think Rage would actually help in this situation. Oh my god, go faster. Yeah, exactly, Rex. Rage gives you something to focus on. Rage can also be directed, that is true. There's no... Allow me to give an opinion. I don't think despair can be directed, because it's despair by its very definition. The whole point is that there is no point. Rage, by contrast, can be directed. Everett and the child. Yeah, I need a healer who is not me, obviously, to deal with this now.
She's so cold, Elfino.
The child is alert, and I see no wounds, and yet... she grows weaker. My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back.
Well, you hurry back. I'll be busy, apparently.
Matzia, take the child.
Damn it. It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Matzia, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matzia. Her life is in your hands.
Very literally.
Right. I can do it.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matzia. Go! Quickly!
Please let me play as Matzia for this. I mean, you don't have to.
Steady. You know the way. No! No! Not you too!
It's okay. It's okay.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid!
To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark.
No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid! Ah! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged. Every agony.
You notice he didn't actually give up. He didn't cross the line.
The divinity.
Did you see that?
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
You know how hard that is to do.
You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Well, well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
The name of this quest is Warm Hopes, or excuse me, Warm Hearts Rekindled Hopes.
We should hurry and find Matsia.
He'll be fine. He didn't give up.
Really? How can you be so sure?
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian, it was you who came to Matia's aid.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahiwan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone. She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband at least. Will you help me?
I'm sorry, I have to type up all of this. Ironically, I agree with you, Tim, but or rather, I disagree with you for the exact same reason you just mentioned, lad. Funerals have always been for the living, not the dead. And that is probably more important now than other circumstances. The living need this more than usual. Oh, actually, I hate to get all analytical, but if a very young child, a baby, can be affected by this, then animals absolutely can be. Because even though this is something that's an emotional thing, empathic wave, despair wave, as I keep referring it to as my notes, the fact of the matter is animals can and do experience emotions. They might not be at the level of what I would call sentience and sapience, but they do have intellect there and they do have capacity. It would probably vary from creature to creature, but yeah, I have a feeling that there would be plenty of creatures that would be affected by this. And yeah, I was actually just about to mention what the hell's going on with our oceans right now, because that's bad on every level. And yeah, anybody who's ever seen a rabid dog or an abused dog, I say dog specifically because I know more about that than other animals. We've talked about that before. Because dogs are smarter than an enormous quantity of animals. They can more properly be broken, which is horrible, but still true. God, my cheeks are unpleasant right now. I gave that cutscene 3 positives. But I am going to freely admit that one of them is purely subjective. Because I've held my baby girl in my arms. That's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah, I was to say, I know you know that one, Maverick. I imagine several of you do. I imagine several of you know what I mean by that. I mean, she's not biologically related to me. It's my niece. I'm talking about my niece, but... Or I suppose I could say my nieces. Lego sells these Lego Pokemon that come in Lego Pokeballs. My niece has been collecting them. I bought a few. But I deliberately got one that she already has. And you might be wondering, why bother at that point? Well, some of you may remember the extremely adorable story of this. The little unknown she put in my car to say that there was an unknown in my car. I plan to put it in the Pokeball and say, hey, I got it. Next time I see her. Also, I think Wenlock said this in the middle of that. I mentioned this in my notes, too. Can I talk just for a bit about writing? This is something I do, too. It's one of the reasons I actually have the reputation as the buzzsaw writer. And I'm going to try to explain this. I'm going to fail at it because my thoughts are a little bit dejiggered right now. But the idea is, if you establish a precedent that there's no sacred cows in your story, then the audience can never say they'd never do that. There's no danger when we see Riker dangling from a cliff. They're not going to kill off Riker. It may be a good moment, it may have some good tension, but there's no actual thought in the back of your mind, oh my god, Riker might actually fall and die. So one of the reasons you can establish that kind of storytelling, one of the purposes behind establishing that kind of storytelling, is to establish that there are actual... Yeah, go ahead, Rex. There are actual stakes there. That we are willing to kill off Riker. And I'm not saying we're going to kill off Riker, but let's just say that I am writing the Star Trek rewrite from that mentality. So, that is a writing style I approve of. Now, I do agree with Dakota. It's way too easy to go the other way. I can point to X-Men comics as a direct example of that. There are plenty of Elseworlds, or whatever they're called in Marvel, where they are so casual about mass murdering characters left and right that it loses meaning. It basically becomes the exact opposite problem. There's no stakes because it's never happening, or there's no stakes because it happens all the time, right? What you want is somewhere in the middle here. You want this range. And I bring this up, to wrap this back in, because they've been doing a good job, specifically in Endwalker, of establishing that they're willing to pull some triggers. So, it would not have actually surprised me if we did not get a positive outcome with Matya and that baby girl. Yeah, in the case of Quintus, he quite literally pulled the trigger. Ah, yeah, no, that tracks, Rex. Yeah, and yeah, they certainly killed off the satrap not that long ago, too, so it's fresh in our minds. I really did think Matsuya was going to die there. I really actually did. Yeah, they also just killed a kid on screen, so that's also a thing that just happened. So... I'll keep watch until your work is done. Whoops, I didn't mean whatever. We've done what we can. Just for the villagers of Palaka stand to perform the funeral rites. If nothing else, Mevon and Karasov died as they lived, as themselves and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the ethereal sea. To think the day would come when even the smallest of solaces would find this comfort. The next quest is called Simple Pleasures. And it looks like we're reaching the end of this particular arc if we're getting an ether current. Yeah, as absolutely horrific as it sounds, and boy, we're scraping the barrel on this one. They are merely dead, not gone. Which is just... Man, that's... We're reaching at this point, aren't we? What? Oh, whatever. That's the 4th time I've done that combo. I don't see anything different about it. Everyone says that there's this hypervelocity thing. I have not seen hypervelocity, and I haven't seen the icon pop up. What am I missing? What the hell is Burst Strike? Ah, that's Burst Strike. Yes, I did, Maverick. For those of you who haven't seen it, the weather is currently apocalypse. Enjoy your drawing, Evo. As ever. I mean, continuation's right there. It's on my bar. Alright, Pyro. Thank God they're dead. Wait. Hang on, let's see if I can figure out what everyone's on about. Ah, okay. So it adds a step to that. That's what it does, alright. That makes much more sense than what I was presuming. Hi, Vritra. I struggle to think of what you're going through in all this mess. Too far away. Okay. Rest easy, for all is well here. Young Matsuya returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl had already begun regaining her strength. Less joyously received was word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of their transformed neighbors. How many children of Thavner must we lose to calamity? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. Every death under the void that can never be filled. We who survive must carry the weight of their memory as we strive to regain a semblance of what we have lost. Karasov and Malvin's child is a child of Thavner as well. And you'd better damn well guarantee that you take care of that kid in absence of parents. In fairness, I actually 100% believe Vritra will ensure that that child is taken care of. Vitra's kind of a bro, so... As yet undetermined, Blackfile. It's one of the outstanding questions we have right now. Oh, great and merciful worm, I have not the words to express my gratitude. They say were it not for you, brave Matsya, and the child would have been lost to us forever. Yeah. Long have I heard the rumors that a mighty dragon had forged a pact of friendship with the satrap, but never would I expected such a kind and gentle soul. Oh, Vrtra's awesome. Just in general. Truth in part, but not in whole. In fairness, it is possible Needhogg wouldn't turn. Needhogg might use rage as the shield against his own despair and pain. I am Vritra, and for years uncounting hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over as satrap, with Ewan as my loyal servant. I used to believe you were the satrap all along. Hey, Donna, what are you doing here? Yeah, we need to learn about this Akasha thing. Now. Yeah, exactly, Tim. Now, Needhogg would cause a lot of despair, but I don't think Needhogg himself would actually give it. Certainly not immediately. I heard from the Radiant that you had gone to help the people of Palaka stand in their time of need, and so I and some of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Mevin's daughter. But enough about us. You and your role are far greater enigma. If you're the true satrap along, could it be young Varshan was created to serve as your emissary? Man, she's smart. Thou didst suspect the boy was but a simulacrum. A rumor has circulated for many years amongst the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemist was commissioned by the satrap's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy. Looking at Varshan, with that knowledge, I simply put two and two together. I like her. I'm glad she's alive. And I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized the satrap was using the simulacrum to work more closely with his people, and decided not to press the issue. I always assumed one of Eowyn's associates was manipulating it from afar, and the truth is indeed more surprising. It's an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vritra. Pray allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in me and given us your scales, I know not where we would be. Much worse. Things are bad, but please remember how many different steps have gone right to prevent this from being even worse than it is. This is not the bottom. This is not the low end of the barrel. We could go well down from here. 'Twas thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You are the saviors not only of Radz-at-Han, but the planet. Far too kind you are, Master Vritra, but the star yet wants for salvation. Once more, my colleagues and I commit the knowledge and resources of our disposal to the mission of aiding the people in their darkest hour. Please tell her how it propagates so she'll put together what I've already put together. Come on. Tell her. Tell her. Sorry. No, we're not visiting anybody. Talk to her now. Tell her everything. The sooner you tell her, the sooner she's going to figure it out. Come on. Yeah, Sturgis, tell her. That's an old one. How many of you were there for that one? Obviously Leander was. Fallout 4, for those of you who weren't there for that. Vritra chose to reveal his identity to the villagers of Palaka stand before all others. A wise choice, considering the warm reception. He even seemed a little relieved. It remains to see how the people at Radz-at-Han will take the news, but if this is any indication, he need not worry. I need to look into the new Stellaris thing. It looks really good. Yeah, attack bomber complete. Attack bomber complete. Attack bomber complete. Ahem. Whoops, I already talked to Steve. I meant to talk to Matsya. Running through that dark jungle, there was a time when I thought all was lost. Had Master Vritra and Estinian not arrived when they did? No, I must focus on what is good. Mevron's precious daughter is safe and sound, and that's what mattered. Matsya, I am goddamned proud of you. I just want you to know that. Not many people could do what you did in real life. What a lovely aroma. I wonder what sort of spices those are. Curious, isn't it? The burning sky is so ominous, yet the crackling flames are calming. Need to simmer a bit longer, I'd say. In the meantime, yes, please tell me. Yes, 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 explain everything. Thank you. We did it. We told her everything. Now put it together. Come on. You can do this. I believe in you. Nidana. Meanwhile, a pot of piping hot chai. Oh, that sounds good. Spiced chai right now? Ooh. Yeah, exactly, Blade Jamal. Explain, explain, explain! Together with helpings of rich milk and sugar. I've made enough for everyone in the village. Maybe deliver a few cups. Drink has medicinal properties? Nope! They're tasty. They have a way of lifting spirits. The spicy aroma has distinctive sweetness of chai and is simple everyday pleasure on our island. Sometimes the best medicine is the simplest. No, I'm with you, Pillars of Snow. There's a reason I gave that scene a full 3 positives. Because, holy crap. Speaking of which. Yep, let's get a cup of tea. Yep, do some menial tasks. Just focus on the moment. We talk a lot about sanity anchors. I think we really need to start talking about sanity anchors. Them lazing about, knowing full well beasts might strike them out. Don't they realize their lives are in danger? I intend to survive. I'm too young to die. I'll leave the island if I must, but where do I go? Is anywhere safe? We're all gonna die horribly. Ooh, tea. Despair punk. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Oh, that's actually an interesting idea for a game. Oh my god. Imagine it wouldn't be a city. It would be like Theme Hospital, so zoomed in more, like one building, one ship, one space station. But imagine running an area where there's just a despair wave that's always there. And it's like the cold in Frostpunk, right? You have to fight the despair. Failing to fight the despair causes monsters. Monsters spread, monsters, and all sorts of horrible things happen. And yeah, I know I'm kind of describing Dwarf Fortress, but, you know, whatever. Wasn't going to mention that. Probably depends on the person, Canada Banks. Actually, yes, Lunate Ruth. Imagine Dwarf Fortress, but good! There you go, that's a better way to put that. Anyways, so... and we need to get Dulia Chai to this planet. I'm really curious if we're going to go to the first amidst all of this. There's probably no concrete reason to do so. But if I was writing the story, I'd probably have us, like, dip in there, see how things are going, and then dip out. And as strange as it may sound, if I was writing this, I'd actually say the first is actually doing really well right now. Because of all they've been through, because of the unification, because of the bonds of the community and the team and all that fun stuff. Like, I would have them be handling this better than most people are here on the source. Yeah, no, they won. They did this. Yep, another wave of hell's coming. Hell, they might not even notice anything's going wrong. They might literally have had no side effects yet, and they're just like, what? What are y'all worried about? Dulia Chai's like, Alphino, you look so terrified. Is something ever the matter, my dear boy? I'm just happy to see you. For God's sakes, where's the third one? There you are. Figured you'd be up top. cup of chai. We used to have this together. Shared stories over streaming cups of a hard day's work. Oh, hey, blue quests. Still nothing that's on the list. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what you're on about, dear, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. You got this. And she just glomps. Alphino cracks his back. This is heartening to hear. The final days show no sign of abating. Yeah, about that. All the more reason we must try to keep our composure. Our lives have been forever changed. The people we have lost will never return to us. These tragedies will weigh on our hearts. But we have the capacity to live with our suffering, to carry the agony till we too join the fallen in death. It's not a surrender, but a recognition. For it is only in acceptance we find the strength to move forward. Well, I'm probably going to do blue quests on camera regardless, US and Corp. So that's whatever. And I'm still deciding about the other stuff. Hey, look! Some Ishgardian tea I happen to have on me here. Under his wing. As you finished your deliveries, might I talk with you a moment? I was curious to know what became of their remains. Well... Oh, thank you, friend. Surely you'll be able to rest peacefully by each other's side. I and the people of Palaka's stand will perform the rites as soon as we're able. Alright, who has Y'shtola's familiar over there as a pet? As for the child, it will not be easy for her growing up without her parents, but I can promise to do what I can. And once she's able to eat solid food, the fish I catch will help nourish her. Oh, we finished living the chai. I believe everyone now has a piping hot cup. I can almost believe there's a magic at work, given how the tension fades with every sip. No, she hates fish. Let us pray that Palaka's stand has seen the last of those transformations, at least for now. They're still at risk, as every village in Thavdir, like as not. Still, I trust we can leave this place in the care of our friends from the Radiant and the High Crucible. Shall we return to Radz-at-Han? By all means, do not let us keep you further. There are still many who have need of your wisdom and strength to deliver them from this terrible calamity. And I'll do what I can as well. I'll bring rations and supplies from Makyali. We have plenty to spare. Let's find Destiny and be on our way. Where do you wander off to? Ah, who knows. And you! Figure out everything I've already figured out. My colleagues and I will watch over the village, and should my research bear any new fruit, you'll be the first to know. Psst! Psst! Hey! It's a despair wave! Okay, we're good. I think more quests just popped up. Yeah, they did. Good lord. Oh, whatever. That's way up there. Yep, despair makes more quests happen. I mean, that tracks, doesn't it? Problems crop up. Oh my god, now there's a horrific idea. So go back to the despair simulator I was just talking about. What if there's, like, either a specific challenge mode, or, like, maybe there's a specific person who their job is to deal with despair monsters, and that's how they make their living? So they're trying to deliberately cause despair, but not overall. Obviously, they want people to still be alive. Just very precisely, you know, cultivating, like, the homeless people or whatever. Like, hey, yeah, you know, your parents are dead. Let it run rampant a little bit. Hey, no, I'll take care of it for a fee. I have a prize to study into the situation at Palaka Stand, so we needn't have that conversation. How do you suppose the others have fared in the capital? That's a good frickin' question. Alphino told me everything. Full glad am I to hear people are safe. Me too, especially since we don't know what the rest of the planet is doing like right now. Likewise, you'll be pleased to know I found no evidence of lingering beasts in the jungle and ruins. Twould seem we finished the last of them. Trying times. That would be funny. Your parents are dead. Wait, what? And then Batman just beats the crap out of him. Anyways. I received word from Thancred. He awaits our return to the path of the city that's up there. So let's go. Okay. I don't think I have ever seen that pop up before. To reduce congestion, the area you're about to enter has been divided into multiple identical instances. Select a destination. Wow. I mean, if it's Yulmore, that makes sense. Just yikes. Yeah, no, it tracks. It tracks. I'm sure all the endgame vendors are here and whatever other stuff there is to do. I hit no preference. I don't know how to check in this game. 1. We're in 1. It'll be a struggle for people to come to terms with these tragedies, but they're stronger than you think. The poor old woman who became a beast at her grandson had gone to Palaka's stand. I hope he survived. I killed him on the way down there. Does that count? There's a lingering sense of desolation here, but much preferable to panic and chaos. It's good to see you safe, given the skies 'tis all too easy to fear the worst. I'm pleased to report we've succeeded in quelling the threat in the city. The beasts have been felled, the citizens are safe. Also heard from the Radiant that an important proclamation might be made. Yep, we probably should go be there for this. So Vritra is finally coming up behind the curtain. I suppose we should hear what he has to say. Before that, it appears the word of the assembly has not reached all the citizens. So we need to tell people on the way. I was going to say, sharding is a very, 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 very old concept in MMOs, so it wouldn't surprise me if most of these are designed to be sharded from the very beginning, and they just pop them as needed. Hell, Guild Wars 2, by design, opens and closes servers all the time. Or instances, excuse me, shards of zones. Beast gone? I've been hiding. I've been too scared to go out look. Yeah. Well, that's a relief. I thought one of those beasts was going to eat me. I wonder where Varshan is. He's the slowest runner. I hope he got away. Varshan. Aha, well. So, ever since, somewhere during the Icebrood saga, Guild Wars 2 tried to implement a new tech in order to make it easier and smoother to do the instant switching thing. And it's bugged and has been ever since. They have yet to fix it. What I mean by that is it doesn't know how to properly gauge if there's people in a server or in a shard. And so it'll say, hey, this shard is empty. You should leave another one. For example, when there's 40 people doing an event right next to you, which is something that's actually happened to me more than once. Hopefully they will fix that at some point. Leave me be, please. I swear to you, my flesh tastes absolutely terrible. There's only one way to be sure. Oh, absolutely, U.S. Corps. Hi, Brigwin. Excuse me. Yeah, that's why I have to keep correcting myself, Casual, because a shard is actually a very different thing from a server. Like Rax here, he's actually just a shard of me. He's one of the 14. Or the 6, I guess. Hey, this looks extraordinarily familiar. It would seem that people still have lingering doubts. I cannot blame them. Yet, we know what strength is afforded us with our first brood on our side. I still have faith the citizenry will come to understand and accept him in time. Worm and man working together towards common goal. It's funny, isn't it? I hear you were able to bring the situation at Palaka's stand under control. Every life lost is a tragedy, but you should take pride in doing what you could. When I assumed command during the earlier panic, I did so instinctively, out of necessity. It was not my place to give orders. Yes, it freaking was, but I'm glad people heeded them. But now they have the need of a true leader, a magnanimous and just satrap who can guide them every step of the way. And fortunately, they are blessed with one such soul. I was just about to say, thankfully, this is the one place that's run by a dictator who's a decent freaking person. How many places have we gone to where we have to punch out a tyrant? Just get them off the seat, so to speak. Literally and metaphorically. We finally found a place with a dictator who's not terrible. And they're immortal, too, so that actually works out pretty well, which is the usual issue with the benevolent dictator. People are slowly making their way here, but many are still gripped by fear and doubt. Hopefully Vritra's message of hope will resonate strong enough with the ones willing to listen and spread to every corner of Thavnir. Welcome back. Alphino told me everything. I was pleased to hear Vritra had chosen to reveal himself at last. The people at Radz-at-Han need a strong and wise satrap now more than ever. Finished rounding up the stragglers. The proclamation will begin shortly. Let's wait here lest we miss something important. And yeah, it seemed like the satrap was more of a military head and federal head than, you know, absolute monarch kind of a deal. Interesting music choice.
Look! Someone's coming!
People of Radz-at-Han, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
I mean, he's got a point.
Many thanks.
Okay, that's a nice transition. The boy's eyes close, and then the empty eye opens.
A dragon!
That's a good transition.
Wow!
People of Radz-at-Han, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. Tis as the satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
Yeah, nothing we can do about that one. Hey, look! They didn't show... This is exactly what I was talking about with the forum scene. You don't have to show the recap, right?
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
I'm just amused. That makes my point so much better for me, because that's exactly what I was talking about. There's little tricks you can do to avoid the repetition, and they just did it.
Vashan! I mean... Master Vritra... Does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countrymen, calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Thavnir, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahewan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust, this I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Radz-at-Han to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, hath she glittered with every color imaginable.
I want to talk very, very briefly about camera usage. What we're doing here is a classic split view. The upper is entirely dominated by the cataclysm, distant, horrifying, dark. The bottom is dominated entirely by the people, and multifaceted, different genders, different species, different clothes. And it's a direct and obvious contrast to try and show it bearing down on them and them bearing the weight of it. Just good. This whole game has good camera usage. I just wanted to point out a specific example.
To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity hath stolen too much from you already, yet so long as you live, the light of Radz-at-Han will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch over it, over you, and lend me your strength, that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together, so too do I believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era of peace.
One guy clapping. There's always that one dude.
That would have surely brought a smile to Azael's face.
Indeed.
Everyone, we need to evacuate. I swear to God, you messed this up. I'm gonna punch your face in.
Excuse me, but I must speak with the satrap at once.
Father.
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have.
Oh my freaking God. I swear to God.
On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Radz-at-Han, might be saved.
The more I learn about this despair wave, the less I think the moon plan will work, by the way. I mean, don't mistake me, it's good to have options, but I really don't think the moon plan would work.
I say again, I must speak with your satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
I am satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
He didn't know that. Heh.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days. 'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner, it will invariably spread to every corner of the world. The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
And yeah, I'm with Pretzel. The Forum had the opportunity to, even clandestinely, reach out to other heads of state decades ago. Century-plus range, you know?
Escape this store? What madness is this?
'Tis by no means madness. With the coming of the 7th umbral calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Garlemald, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Allag. But what of the Silver Moon? This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction.
So I hope you like carrots.
And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save. Including you, our dear friends of Radz-at-Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
And yes, there was a red moon in FF4. Vanilla FF4. Even all the way back in the SNES version, there were 2 moons.
Long has thy forum been allies to Thavnir. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly. Yet I wonder, is this truly the way? Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
And there's the thing I've brought up several times. I think most of the other planets are either gone or worse. Because Midgar Sormer specifically picked this planet, and he did so with intent and purpose. And the dude's got a brain.
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people. To answer any and all of your questions. To offer my assurances and allay your fears. Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
I do recall the Omega logs. How could I not?
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests. Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide. Until then, heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase.
You got it, Gosetsu.
Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return anon.
We'll do as you say, Master Vritra. We believe in you.
Isn't that Gosetsu's voice actor? Sounds a lot like him. He's doing his voice differently, but that sounds a lot like him. Good pick, consequently. And all I will say... Hey, she might have an idea. All I'll say right now, Rax, is Omega's people show up several times in my notes. My prediction notes.
You're still here. What a relief.
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palaka's stand?
No, but I need to tell you about what I've figured out. Finally!
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine.
Yes! Yes!
All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do? Logically, they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Looking good, looking good.
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high.
And it was specifically mentioned that it does flow, I forget what that, celestially. It comes from space.
An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained. Ah, do you still have that flower?
Of course I do. It's a plot item. Well, I no longer have the flower.
If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby, then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place. You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha. Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
I understand. And you're literally the best person to look into this right now, so...
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet. And we will meet again.
It's funny. That's two elephant people who are awesome. Just across the board. Didana and Matsya. Both of them. Okay. So I had a random thought, and I feel like I've said this before, but to really make this clear, I want you to imagine for just a second if the Zodiarch barrier wasn't up for any of this planet's history. Just any of it, really. The conflict between the Gridanians and the Alamegans, or the Mad King's reign, or anything to do with Garlemald, or Alag. Right? I mean, it's funny. It's hard to even pick just one thing to focus in on because there's so much nonsense that we've been dealing with since the game started. And thankfully, it hasn't led to creatures. Now that is another question. That's another question I have outstanding right now, Topoida. Because it started, right? Like, something clearly initiated this. Now, I have two... I'm going to go and share my theories about this because I have two of them right now. Either... it's just natural propagation. In other words, that's far enough back that the wave of despair hadn't fully propagated interstellarly yet. And so then it started hitting. Like, I talk about it as if it's something that's a natural occurrence. If that's true, it does logically have to start somewhere, and it wouldn't just instantly be everywhere. It would slowly propagate, just like, you know, a species, a whole planet, would have to go over the despair line, right? In order to propagate it to the near... And you know, space is big, so it would make sense if it was a gradual and gradient process, right? Obviously, we're flooded by it now, but it's possible it literally hadn't reached us back then, or it wasn't that strong back then. The other theory is Lavos. I mean, I could expound upon that, but you get it, right? Like, my other theory is Lavos. Oh yeah, hang on, let me... It's Lavos! It's Lavos! And the fact that we keep hearing this thing... Yeah. Oh no, this would be worse than Lavos, but... What I mean... Look, I'm not saying it's Lavos. But what I mean by that is obvious. Like, there's an entity that is propagating this deliberately or unintentionally. So, Rax says to keep going for a little bit. Okay. I was just about to ask. Let's talk to some people. Even were Vritra to acquiesce to the proposal, how do the Sharlians intend to transport the nation's populace? Yeah, transportation. Question from the back. I'm not going to describe what Lavos is. All you need to know is the idea. I'll stop calling it Lavos. I'll call it a Maynard, or the creator, or I don't know, what's another reference I could use? Calamity? Genova. I'll call it Genova. That's a good relevance. So the idea here is that there is an alien entity which is either deliberately or naturally propagating this. And so the idea there would be that there's something that's pushing out the despair wave. Thus, if you were able to stop the source, one way or the other, either by killing it, destroying it, or converting it, you know, then that would cease the despair wave and no longer would space be screwed. And, well, space would still be screwed because there's only life on one planet, but, you know, whatever, we might figure it out. Anyways, we have no better, safer course of action to offer them than fleeing to the moon. I know this. And yet Vritra and his people love their home. There must be something we can do. A soldier of the Radiant there, if I'm not mistaken. He accompanied Eowan to Vanaspati. Could be he knew Vitra's identity all along? Yeah, probably. Oh, that's not a character. There's so many bunnies here. Under normal circumstances, the Forum's proposal will be regarded as sheer madness, but when the sky burns, even madness can sound appealing. Doubtless Vritra is loath to abandon his home, and yet absent other options, he cannot dismiss it out of hand. Ooh. No, I don't see it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Hi, Varys. That's terrifying. As far as we've come, after the horrors we've seen, there's still much we do not know about the final days. Could it be as Nadana said? We're the cause of this phenomenon is behind our comprehension? And if so, are we powerless to forestall it? I mean, no, we got this. We have an understanding of it, even. What we need to figure out is its source. Greetings, honored scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have a message from His Excellency, the Satrap. Okay. Brave scions, you have my gratitude for aiding my people in this most trying of times. Alas, matters here at Megaduta prevent me from meeting you all in person. As a token of my appreciation, I've arranged for a feast to be held in your honor. Yeah, okay. We thank you for your kindness. Indeed, I was hoping we might find a place to discuss our next course of action, and that seems like an ideal venue. And to you, Lore Runner, there's someone we'd hope to introduce to you in particular. While I'm loath to continue further, might have a moment of your time. A personal invitation, knowing full well your services are in the highest demand. That must be important. Why not? We'll save some food for you. You know how much I eat. It's actually funny, in real life I eat very little, but I like to think that my character eats a ton to replenish all the ether he's always burning. Oh yeah, by the way, I promised, well, I didn't promise, but I told Pax I'd share his joke, because I kind of missed it off camera. Really? I am to refer to myself henceforth as Lamingway. He said it in chat, and I completely missed it. I felt bad for missing it. Access to the Aetheryte has been restricted to a select few ever since the tower first appeared. We apologize for the inconvenience, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit free movement of visitors at a time of emergency, a risk we could not take. But, you can finally have it. Okay. Sucking way? Only to Bragwin. No, Gigapudding. He only pokes his head in periodically. Most of my friends don't actually watch me stream. It's one of the reasons why, if any of my friends actually notice something on stream, I tend to consider it significant, because it's very rare that they watch my stream. something that's been relevant a few times historically. Wouldn't that be her then at that point, US Corp? Yay! I have the Ethernet. Judge way, or judging way. I kind of like that, actually. And unfortunately, I think I knew this choice was coming, because I'm pretty sure someone, possibly you, Rax, already kind of prepped me for this. And yeah, I noticed we have a few delegates here. Someone from Laminsa, Gridania, Ul'dah, Alamigo, Doma, and Ishgard. Interesting music choice. Oh, so you're the famous Lorbener, huh? I knew it the moment you stepped through the door. You have the look of someone who's walked through hell. Sir, but please, you're speaking to the Satrap's honored guest and a savior of the people. Can you not show a modicum of respect? What? What disrespect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? We're all friends here, or will be soon enough. Yeah, no, I'm 90 on everything. That's one of the reasons I pushed several classes to 90 before we even started the run. More formally, then, for the benefit of my countrymen, it is a pleasure to have you with us. Oh, great champion of yours, a sign of the 7th dog, warrior of late, and all-round good egg, I'm sure. You know. I hear you've been to Kagane, where you've seen all sorts of foreign embassies and whatnot. Well, we got them here at Radz-at-Han, too. Other lands send delegates to oversee trade and diplomatic dealings. Then there are military matters to discuss, which is why all these officers are stationed here in Sundra. Can I ask someone to do me a little bit of research work, please? What I want to know is which zones do these quests go through, of the new ones, specifically. And the follow-up question, can someone help me get ether currents for those zones? Or, Sherry, oh, none of them? Oh, okay, then you know what? Actually, that makes this so much easier. Because I was about to ask someone to basically be my chauffeur to get these quests done without, you know, fat chocobo music, right? So, I imagine you're more familiar with each nation they represent, yes? Got representatives from Doma, wearing a similar armor to mine, Ul'dah, Alamigo. So, which one's which, I wonder? Gridania, which needs to go to hell anyways. And last but not least, Ishgard. Oh, that's a kid. They're the eyes, ears, and mouths of the bridge the distance between Radz-at-Han and their respective homelands. We've used this brief respite to share the details of our plight with the overseas counterparts, and when you know it, all their leaders requested a few words from you specifically. You're a man in high demand, huh? So, indulge us before you indulge yourself, if you would. I do like food, and I am going to have a nice jalapeno burger for lunch. Thank you for the report. The conditions under which the men turned to beasts, the etheric anomalies, you've given us much to consider. It's concerning that the first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red. 'Tis contrary to what one might expect. Thankfully, the information you conveyed to Lucy upon return from the moon has already proved invaluable. As soon as reports of the calamity here in Thavnir reached the Grand Company of Eorze and our Far Eastern allies, our eaters knew at once that the final days were indeed upon us. They began taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomenon's spread. This is so loud. I'm sorry. This is making it hard to talk. Our agents were able to confirm that for the time being, the skies burn only over the Bounty, including this island of Corvos. Alas, that is of little comfort. Aye, throughout all allied lands, there have been reports of people transforming into hideous beasts. From what little we've learned, these incidents are similar in nature to that involving the merchant Kalzal. Oh, Jesus Christ. They even said it earlier. It was the case here that victims underwent the change prior to the heavens being set ablaze, and so while the burning skies have yet to manifest beyond the bounty, the transformations do not appear to be the subject of any similar restriction. If anyone anywhere overcome by despair can be turned, nowhere is safe. That's about the size of it. Speaking of which, we gotta do these creatures a name, don't you think? Terminus creatures. Here at Radz-at-Han, we've taken to calling the first to change, which tend to be the biggest, blasphemies. Fitting name as any. To ensure clarity in future communications, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Our leaders have taken measures to deal with the threat to the best of our abilities. Each nation has assembled their own groups of elite soldiers to put down the so-called blasphemies and their spawn when they appear. At the same time, they're all doing all in their power to put the people's minds at ease and prevent panic and fear from spreading. That said, brave souls with strength and fortitude to fell these terrible fiends are not easily found. Just so. You know what? Hang on. I can get a song going. Or it's not going to load in time. Literally pull up YouTube before this. There we go. And so it's for this very reason we turn to you. Pray, lend us your strength and help us slay the blasphemies that plague our homelands. So now you load. Now, you don't have to give your reply before dinner. I should also mention that each blasphemy seems to possess wildly different characteristics. What works well against one may serve you poorly against another. These are role quests. Funny fact, by the way, I was looking for the original version and couldn't find the original version, so that's why we're listening to the Pixel Remastered version on YouTube. With that, I do believe our friend here has a feast to attend. Spare a thought for us while you're tucking into that fine cuisine, eh? You have gained access to role quests. Tank, MDPS, PRDPS, MRDPS, and Healer. To undertake these quests, speak with any of the delegates in Sundrop and blah-de front blue. That is exactly what people have been debating in chat, Sign. I don't know if you've noticed. But I have been paying attention to chat, and it sounds like... Put simply, it sounds like my choices are one, which will be different, or another, which will be different. Or to phrase that differently, both have their positives, and there's not a better option, right? There's not a good flow option. So, I've actually already decided, based on that, I'm going to do what I would have done innately. If I was reviewing this game under normal circumstances, I would do the side quest first. I would absolutely pause right here and go ahead and go do the role quests. So that's what we're going to do. So when we come back from the lunch break, which I am now several minutes into, I'll go ahead and start up the role quests, and we'll see how that works. Either way, I'll see you in a minute.